offered, invocation, sorry about that, will be offered by PCSO Chaplain Joe Samoj. Joe, you're here someplace? There you are. And followed by the Pledge of Allegiance, led by yours truly. And we'll go there. Please stand if you wish to participate.
Good morning, Board.
Good morning.
Dear wise and loving Father, first let me say thank you on behalf of all who are gathered here today. Thank you for your many and abundant blessings. Thank you for life itself. For the measure of health, we need to fulfill our callings for substance and for friendship. Thank you for the ability to be involved in useful work and for the honor of bearing appropriate responsibilities. Thanks as well for the freedom to embrace you or the freedom to reject you. Thank you for your loving us even so, from our boundless and gracious nature. In the scriptures, you have said that citizens ought to obey the governing authorities, since you have established those very authorities to promote peace and order and justice. Therefore, I pray for our mayor, for the various levels of city officials, and in particular for this assembled council. I'm asking that you would graciously grant them wisdom to govern amid the conflicting interests and issues of our times, a sense of welfare and true needs of our people, a keen thirst for justice and righteousness, confidence in what is good and fitting, the ability to work together in harmony even when there's an honest disagreement, personal peace, and their lives and joy in their task. I pray for the agenda set before them today. Please give them an assurance of what would please you and what would benefit those who live and work in and around our beloved city. It is in your name, Jesus Christ, I pray. Amen. Thank you.
Please join me in the pledge. And Serty, you can do whatever. Okay. All right. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, for liberty and justice for all.
All right. I just got to give him a little grief, but, just because, what the heck, right? Yeah. So anyway, thank you for being here this morning. Welcome to the Pinal County Board of Supervisors June 17th, 2026 regular meeting. We're in order. And first item up, as unfortunately is the case, we have a couple of executive sessions. So I'd ask for a motion, please, to convene into executive session, and also a segue that Supervisor Miller is absent today. Thank you. You're welcome. Okay. May I please get a motion to convene to executive session? I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
A motion and a second. Those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, we're in executive session. We'll be back in a little bit. Adjourn executive session and reconvene the regular meeting. Have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. We're back in regular session. Thank you for being patient, everybody. Item number 4 is County Manager's Report. Mr. Liu.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman. I just wanted to let you all in the public know about the resources that we have on our website to celebrate our 250th birthday as a country. America 250, right here. We have it up on the screen. This is our county part of our website, but we also have links to what's going on in the cities and towns throughout the county. Apache Junction, Casa Grande, Coolidge, Eloy, Florence, Maricopa, Santan, and all the different events that they have coming up to celebrate locally here. And then we have one for the state that talks about the state's different programs, Passport 250, and what's happening to celebrate throughout the whole state. And then we also have a national link that has kind of the block party, they call it, as well as other resources related to history and music, soundtracks to our traditional historical songs. So a lot of good resources linked on our website and
UFC matches.
and through there. So thank you, Chairman. That was all this morning.
That's it? Okay, thank you. Item number 5 is presentation. I'm sorry. Item number 5 is being withdrawn this time, presentation of certificates. Item 6 is supervisor district updates. We'll start with Supervisor Goodman.
You bet. Thank you, Supervisor. Chair.
Whoever I am.
First off, we've had a pretty busy summer so far. We just got the kids out of school, right? And I've got a video that we've got an event taking place to help prepare the kids for when they go back to school. We're doing a drive to assist there's been a lot of budget cuts and things of that nature, so we're looking for gathering some supplies for the kids as well as backpacks, stuff like that, as well as for the teachers as well. We've got a video that we've done, and if we could show that right now, that'd be great. Hey, Pinal County Supervisor Mike Goodman here for our community and in conjunction with a back-to-school drive. Hey, I know we just got them out of school, but now we need to prepare for when they go back. So we're working in conjunction with you as local individuals to participate.
And I'm Rita Ann Eze, Director of Public Relations and Community Engagement for the Florence Unified School District. And we are proud to partner with Mike Goodman and for our community to help our students stuff the bus and be prepared to go back to school. So join us on June 27th in the parking lot of Walmart on Hunt Highway from 8 a.m. to 11 a.m. and help us stuff the bus. You don't want to miss the bus.
So come out and help us collect school supplies. You can also drop off here at the Santan Valley offices. In addition to that, we've created a wish list from Amazon. You can order online if you're anything like my wife. So come out and help us stuff the bus. I hope my wife wasn't watching that. That was kind of an impromptu, and I probably order as much as she does online, so I'm sorry. Also, I was requested by Douglas Wolf, our county assessor, to mention that he has office hours in the Santan Valley office, as well as our county recorder. We have the recorder's office is there, and then we have the treasurer's office. And we'll be putting it out, their times that they're available. We've had that nice facility there for several years now, and he's got staff members there. And so I'd like to make it publicly known that to go to there. If you have anybody that's in the Santan Valley area, you're welcome to come to the office there and do that. I think that's it at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Supervisor Vidiello.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll blow through this quick. I know people want to get going here. So, yeah, it's been very, very busy. I met with the economic development for the city of Maricopa about opportunity zones. I won't get into it because that could take quite a long time, but it's exactly what it sounds like, opportunity zones. Very important to Pinal County. So I was able to meet with Christian Price and Josh about that. So also at the Pinal Partner Breakfast, we got to hear from, I think, about 7 mayors who came in to talk about, city managers to talk about what's going on in their areas. And it was very informative. It's very good to hear from all the different ones in Pinal County. Also, Development Services monthly update about roads in my district. We do that once a month. Also met with staff about zoning issues, and we are working hard to get some of that zoning situation undergoing. So, also attended Coolidge City Council meeting. I like to go to the meetings once a month. And then Bob Marsh, a former colleague of mine, city council member, he's still on council. His wife passed away about 3 weeks ago, and I was honored to be at her celebration of life, Cynthia. God bless her, and rest in peace, and we do miss her. She was very, very, very involved with the city, a former nurse, a retired nurse, and she was just an awesome woman. So I just want to mention that. Also, ADOT listening tour. ADOT is running around all over the state of Arizona. I got to be with a bunch of council members, some influential people in the city, to sit and talk about that road, 347. Very, very important to us, so. Also, emerging leaders, I went to a kind of a candidate forum in Casa Grande, and didn't matter whether they were Republicans or Democrats, I got to listen to what they had to say. Same thing in the city of Maricopa. I went to the Dem Forum in Maricopa. It was very informative to listen to what they're campaigning on. I got to spend about an hour and a half with a data center expert on water and power. I am trying to learn, and I know the rest of the boards, we are trying to learn everything possible about data centers. And I'm getting an opportunity to go to a data center to sit, listen, and learn the newest one in Phoenix. I believe it's going to be next week. Also about data centers and power in general, I got to meet with ED2 and ED3. ED3 is in the city of Maricopa. But I also wanted to meet with also ED2 because I want to hear about the need for power. We need power, and they're telling me how we're going to get it. Also, Eli Crane's representative is meeting in my office. Anybody else who has a legislator or a state senator or congressman that wants to come meet, I do have a conference room that they're more than happy to come meet. Again, nonpartisan, I don't care. Whether side of the table you're on, you're more than welcome to use my conference room. It's there available. Also attended last night the Maricopa City Council, very interesting one. And then also tonight, I have another ADOT 347 meeting. It's an open house for people to come and listen to things that are starting to happen on the 347. People are asking why poles are being moved. Again, we're going to be widening it, so they're going to give us an update of the whole entire project tonight. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Surtees.
I too was going to talk about the 250th anniversary, but Leo, you laid that out pretty good. Just go to our website and it'll tell you what may be going on in your neighborhood. And also a reminder that we're still under fire restrictions, and it was 112, 111 yesterday. And somebody decided to hike South Mountain and died 2 days ago. Why? We know enough, but if people are visiting, don't let them go. And talked to some people who were disappointed that we didn't get any of the World Cup events here. But if we did, the Europeans would be tempted to go hiking. So it's probably a good thing that we didn't get any here. And also, I'm going to hand this one off to Chairman McClure about the waste vouchers in the southern part of my district and yours. And those are now available, and how to get them for dumping. So.
As of today. You can sign up for them as of today.
Yes.
So you already said it. I don't even need to talk about it.
Okay.
Okay. So yes, waste vouchers for Copper Corridor area. That's important, as those folks need to get rid of their stuff. Yeah, things are done. Workforce Summit last week in Mesa. I'm on the State Workforce Advisory Committee, so I got to go listen to people talk all day about workforce and employment in the state. That was interesting. Sizzling Seniors here in Florence last Friday, the Vet Center up in Magic Ranch, and they do sizzle. There are a bunch of hot seniors this time of year. Everybody's cooking. It was good there with Mr. Ortiz out here, and I had a couple people from Santan Valley, our ex-employees that have gone to work for Santan Valley. But talk about the changes and the things that are going on in that town. I was at Monday, I was at a great forum for the Santan Valley City Council, put on by Ms. Mooney out here. And that was great. There's 9 people running for 7 positions. That should be quite entertaining, interesting. Things that are coming up, let's see. Yesterday was a United Food Bank out of Maricopa that services Maricopa County and Pinal County. Had a drive-through food distribution in Salmon Well on the 16th, yesterday. Another one is coming on July 21st. It's a drive-through distribution. Nobody can walk through. It's open to the public, but come get, all you have to do is just show your ID. On July 7th, there will be one in Coolidge at the Unified School District on Arizona Boulevard. Also a food distribution there. So 9 to 11 o'clock for both of those items. So that's much needed, and that's all I have going on at the moment. With that, we will go to item 7, which is a discussion of the state legislative session, which is now sine die. And since Mr. Miller is not here, Ms. Lewis will come and speak to us about something. What are you going to talk about? Stuff. Cool.
Chairman McClure, members of the board, Dana Lewis, Pinal County Recorder. To give you your legislative briefing, the Arizona 2026 57th Legislature second regular session lasted 161 days and concluded, or sine die, on June 13th, 2026, in the wee hours of the morn. This means that the effective date for all bills signed into law will be September 12th, 2026, and the governor has 10 days from sine die to sign the stack of bills on her desk. There are 3 referrals from the last session, 7 this session, and possibly 3 citizen initiatives that may find themselves, or the citizens' initiatives at least, find their way to the ballot in November. And that possibly means that some of our jurisdictions will be seeing a 2-card ballot for the general election in November. A lean budget was passed, and bills transmitted to the governor included there were 126 signed, 63 were vetoed, and pending action, 226. That's your legislative update.
Thank you, and don't go away because, oh, look, you're up next. Elections Department, County Recorder, recent activities.
Chairman McClure, members of the board, Dana Lewis, your Pinal County Recorder and officer in charge of elections. For the MOU talking points, again, July 21st is the primary election date. Yesterday, we passed our logic and accuracy test of our tabulation equipment and ADA machines with the Arizona Secretary of State. The voter registration cutoff for the primary election is next Monday, June 22nd. Start of in-person early voting at our satellite offices in Santan Valley, Apache Junction, Casa Grande, Maricopa City, and votes is Wednesday, June 24th. That is also the same day our early ballots are mailed out. Early in-person voting will end Friday, July 17th. The voter registration department is processing the influx of voter registration forms generated by different non-governmental organizations. These groups mailed out registration materials to over 11,000 individuals in Pinal County. We are required to process those forms for voter registration updates no later than Monday. And as they trickle in, it does create an influx of work for our staff. Additionally, the voter registration department is required to mail over 3,500 NVRA, National Voter Registration Act, notices to voters whose 90-day notices were returned from the United States Postal Service as undeliverable. We do this to maintain our voter rolls. We encourage voters that move. Please update your address with us. The last day to request a ballot by mail is July 10th. Our official write-in lists have been sent to satellite offices and created for polling locations. Remember, Arizona is an open primary for Republicans, Democrats, and no-label parties. That means if you are an independent voter, party not designated, or other voter, you may request a partisan ballot of Republican, Dem, or no labels, or a city and town only ballot if applicable. We request that you have a plan to vote. Go to Pinal Votes to discover where your precinct-based voting location is, and go to my.arizona.vote to check your voter registration or track your early ballot. The poll worker division has completed 8 poll worker training classes thus far with about 30 participants per class. These training sessions provide hands-on instruction to ensure poll workers are prepared to serve voters effectively on Election Day. We continue to actively recruit poll workers throughout Pinal County. Individuals interested in serving their community and supporting the elections process are encouraged to apply online at our Pinal Vote site. Thank you to the Public Works Department for standing up the best group of troubleshooters for Election Day. These boots-on-the-ground teams support our poll workers and precinct-based voting locations and manage obstacles and use critical thinking skills to support our mission. If you're interested in being a political observer, commonly referred to as a poll watcher, or participating in the post-election hand count, please contact your party chair. This is not a part of our division. And remember, more hands make for lighter work. Our department continues to focus on proactive planning, expanded access, and improved communication to ensure a successful and well-supported 2026 primary election. I stand for questions.
Take a breath. Okay. Any questions of Ms. Lewis? No, okay, thank you very much.
Thank you,
Appreciate it.
gentlemen.
Item 9, discussion, approval, disapproval of capital project process assessment. Mr. Judson, I believe you were here. Good morning, still.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. Today, I just want to give you a quick update on the internal audit activities that we've had going on over the last few months. First item, capital projects. In collaboration with county management, when we had this on the plan, originally we were thinking it was going to be an audit, but based on their feedback, and specifically Angie and Himanshu, they knew that there was areas for improvement. So we modified this to an assessment and really made it so that there's a roadmap at the end of it to be able to improve in these certain areas. So what we looked at is governance, methodologies, there's tools, there are templates, their overall processes, and then just efficiencies in the planning, execution, and closing of capital projects. High level, there are 3 areas that we identified that they need to improve on, and that's the governance, standardization of processes. They've got some good processes in place, it's just not really formalized and not really standardized. And then just consistent reporting as well coming out of that. And then also their intake of projects and how do they prioritize things, and how do they shuffle things around when something new comes up. And the last thing was identifying that purchasing wasn't always brought in a timely manner. So as part of our recommendations, the roadmap we looked at is short-term and long-term. So short-term, really looking at developing that governance and those standardized processes, the templates, and then looking at actual controls that they can put into place from an internal audit perspective, and then getting to monitoring and establishing some KPIs that they can utilize and know when projects are maybe off a bit or if they need to be corrected. And then at the end, training everybody on these processes, making sure that they're following them going forward, and then looking at change management. So if something changes, how do they go about doing that? How do they make sure the right people are involved? So this is probably a 6-month for the short term and over a year for the long-term stuff. But there's a lot of good things in place. It's just not documented and formalized. Any questions?
Any questions, Mr. Judson? No? Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I've got the next 2.
And yeah, okay, don't go anywhere. Okay. Okay, so then let's go to number 10 and talk about internal audit plan fiscal year.
Chairman.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry.
Oh, do I
need to take
you want me to vote
action.
on something?
Yes.
Wow, you're pushy. Okay, all right, so we need to approve this. Item number 9, make it a motion, please.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we approve item number 9 as presented, the process assessment.
I have a motion, is there a second?
Second.
A motion is second, those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Sorry about that. Okay, now we'll go to number 10. Let's talk about the internal audit plan for fiscal year 24 to 26.
Yeah, and on the plan, I think you're all aware that we typically do an assessment and put together a 3-year plan. So we're coming up on the end of this plan. And there are a number of things on here that were postponed, and all of those were due to county management initiatives. So I expect as we go through our risk assessment process for the next 3-year plan, that those will at least be discussed and maybe put onto the next 3-year plan. But we're in process of currently wrapping up our follow-up from previous audits that haven't been closed out yet. So I think there's a budget and strategic plan where there's items open, the fiscal audit, as well as I think a community development. So I think last time we presented on community development, there was about 50% of the items that were still open. We're gathering that information and seeing what's been closed. We know that there's still some items that'll be open, so it will have another follow-up in future year.
And I know on some of these are in process now. The canceled, postponed ones are in process. So by the time you get to those, many of them may be completed.
Yep. Yeah, in the BIA specifically, we've got this as planning, but we've had some discussions recently with Jason Cantrell, and knowing that the county is looking to put some of their backup server stuff into the cloud, that actually impacts the BIA. So I kind of think that'll be on our plan and maybe in a couple of years, because once that is transitioned to the cloud, then we'll need to have discussions with county management on what's the priority of the systems, how quick do they need to be up, and what are their backup plans in case something is down. And then the full risk assessment, we'll be reaching out to all of you probably in August timeframe. And as a reminder, the full risk assessment, we do surveys for all of the county departments. And then we also do interviews with select county management as well as all of you.
Yeah, I remember those. Okay. Any questions for Mr. Judson? And this is nothing to vote on. Thank you. I was reading ahead. Okay, item number 11 then. Let's go to the silent whistle, Mr. Judson.
Silent whistle, we're still monitoring it. There really hasn't been much. Everything that's come through is not internal audit related. A lot of it is things that just honestly don't make sense. Probably half of them, though, are from constituents that have concerns and maybe identity theft, things like that. And those items are passed along to the sheriff's office.
Okay.
But so far for the year, there's been 12.
And internally, we deal with that through the PRO office. I can't remember what PRO stands for. What does PRO stand for? Ms. Shepherd.
Chairman, members of the board, PRO stands for the Professional Responsibilities Office, and that's the new division that was created approximately a year ago, where serious complaints involving employees or conduct is investigated internally through an office in the county manager's office.
Thank you. Okay. And I believe this one is discussion update only, so thank you, Mr. Judson. Appreciate it. Okay, item number 12 is presentation of modifications to the 25 to 28 Arizona at Work Pinal County Workforce Development Plan. Mr. Millman, you're there. Oh, he dragged you up too? Oh, boy.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Joel Millman, Director of Pinal County Economic Workforce Development Department and Arizona at Work Pinal County. I'm joined here with one of our staff, Mariah Robles, who's our compliance and monitoring specialist, who's going to assist me in this brief presentation. Here we go. Okay, hopefully I can do this right. So today we're presenting the modification, an overview of the modification of the 2025-2028 Workforce Development Plan for Arizona at Work Pinal County. This plan serves as our local workforce roadmap and outlines how we will align talent development, employer needs, and economic growth over the next 2 years. The modification builds on the existing plan while updating implementation strategies to meet the current workforce and economic realities. The plan right now is a 2-year update. This plan was originally, it went into effect on January 1, 2025. So this is the 2-year update, which will go into effect ultimately January 1, 2027. This plan is required under the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act, otherwise known here in Arizona as Arizona at Work. That's the state brand for WIOA activities. There's a shared governance over all Arizona at Work Pinal County system activities. You, as a Board of Supervisors, serves as a chief elected official and a WIOA grant recipient for Pinal County. And then the Pinal County Workforce Development Board provides strategic oversight while workforce partners deliver services. The plan completed a public review and comment, and no disagreement comments were received during that review. And the modification maintains our strategic direction while modernizing implementation around data access and employer demand. There we go. So this plan reflects several years of engagement with employers, job seekers, community organizations, and workforce partners. Input was gathered throughout the the program partner engagement, job seekers, employer surveys, facilitated town hall meetings throughout Pinal County. The planning process was intentionally community-driven, and feedback regarding barriers to employment and workforce participation directly informed the service delivery strategies included in the plan. There we go. Some data you probably know, the focus of this plan really is on that 80% plus of our labor force that leaves Pinal County each day to work outside of the county. 23% of those individuals go directly into the city of Phoenix, obviously a majority going into Maricopa County overall. So the strategies involved in this plan are really revolving around recapturing and providing opportunities within the county, reducing those numbers.
Could we just put a roadblock up on the road and stop them from
We
going?
could, that's one of the strategies involved in the plan. And so
Okay.
we'll present that to you for official approval when we're ready. Here we go. So the workforce demand continues to grow across multiple industries within Pinal County, and significant growth is occurring, as we know, in manufacturing, construction, food services, retail, and wholesale trade. Long-term projections also show continued demand in healthcare and construction. So we need to ensure our workforce pipeline keeps pace with employer hiring needs. And this plan emphasizes using both labor market data, real-time employer feedback, and guiding investments to match with the talent that's going to be needed. I'll get this one.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
You can let her talk, dude.
Yeah, she will. She will. We practiced just about an hour ago. This plan aligns with, I just wanted to bring to your attention, aligns with the Arizona State Workforce Plan, which is through the Arizona Workforce Council, or Workforce Arizona Council, which, as you mentioned, you're a member of, and we appreciate that representation. And is also the federal workforce priorities that are outlined in the U.S. Department of Labor's issuance of a report called America's Talent Strategy, Building the Workforce for the Golden Age. This is a report that was issued to all the states for this modification timeframe. And so the states were to take this America's Talent Strategy into account with this update and modification of the state workforce plan. So for our purposes, we are aligning, our plan aligns with both those plans and incorporates the framework outlined in this talent strategy, of which we'll talk about in a few minutes. These priorities help ensure that the local workforce investments remain aligned with national and state workforce objectives. And the alignment also positions Pinal County to remain competitive for future workforce funding opportunities.
This graphic describes the Arizona at Work Pinal County system, and you can see that it's made up of many federally funded programs that provide both career services and training services to Pinal County residents.
You can back off the
Oh,
mic
sorry.
just a hair.
Okay.
It's
The first box, the Title I Workforce Development box, is the Adult Dislocated Worker Program and Youth Program. Those funds are allocated through the United States Department of Labor to the Arizona Department of Economic Security and then come to the county. So our board only has oversight over those three programs. However, we are a single system. And eligibility is based on different barriers to employment. So for example, we have a program for individuals who have not received their high school equivalency exam. We have a program for individual adults, youth, farm workers, as well as older workers, and many other barriers. We work together with community partners and other social service agencies to meet the job seekers' needs. And our stakeholders include job seekers, employers, educators and trainers, local governments, elected officials, and community members. So to describe the 5 pillars, of the America's Talent Strategy, The plan supports 5 core workforce development pillars, including industry-driven strategies, worker mobility, integrated systems, accountability, flexibility, and innovation.
And as you can see, again, these are the pillars which we outlined in the state workforce plan. We wanted to make sure they were incorporated in our local plan. These are the 5 pillars of which we'll be basing all our activity over the next 2 years and focused our efforts there. And let's go. Our in-demand industry, this is just a depiction of kind of like the flow of services that we work on. The county itself has identified, in our local plan, we've identified the targeted industries on the left side. Those are industries from basically, say, from an economic development perspective that we would actively look to attract high-paying, high-wage, high-growth jobs in those industries. And then on the in-demand industries to support the growth and those targets, obviously construction, we can see an increase in wholesale trade, administrative and waste services. That is a super sector category at a national classification level, including administrative work conducted by all industries. Waste services are really the collection of waste materials from whatever business, from dumping garbage to recycling and things like that. And then obviously manufacturing. Our in-demand depiction on the right side is obviously everything we do starts with industry input. And then we tailor our training and community inputs to provide talent strategies to meet those needs.
And healthcare really is the bigger one. That's the driver on the left side there. As some of us are getting older and going to need more of that.
I'll speak for myself. I agree. The goals outlined in our plan, these are the 3 high-level goals that we have here. They align with the state plan. And so for the next couple of years, these are really what we're going to be focusing on. So it's enhancing the talent pipeline, fostering business engagement, that chart that Mariah showed. All of those partners in some degree reach out to the business community throughout the county. And we want to make sure as best as possible that we have a coordinated effort. So business from a workforce development standpoint are not pulled in 20 different directions and being asked to sit on various councils and committees and things like that, that we can partner with a lot of the entities throughout the county to kind of reduce that and come with an overall strategy for business engagement. And then obviously creating aligned innovative services. One of the things we're going to be really focusing on, we have a job center in Casa Grande. We are actively involved in increasing our footprint through various agreements with communities, most likely through libraries throughout the county. And so we can bring our services out to the communities rather than having individuals needing to come to Casa Grande to that job center. So a mixture of technology, staffing schedules, and agreements with our local partners to bring those services out to those communities.
And you work with nonprofits?
Yes. Yes. United Way, Pinal County, CARA, I mean, you name it, there's a host of nonprofits that we partner with, and so it's vice versa.
And even across the county, I mean, down into Pima County as well, but you're my wife's organization is Pima County, but I know you're helping them get people.
Correct.
For Pinal County, yeah.
Yeah, we represent Pinal County's, the franchise of Arizona at Work, Pinal County, Arizona at Work statewide effort. So if there's an individual in another county that can benefit from our services, I won't say we know no boundaries, but
We do it better, is what you can say, and you do.
we appreciate that. But our priority is Pinal County residents, but we also will not turn anybody away. Mariah makes sure of that from the compliance
No, she's
perspective.
been very helpful.
Let's see, come on, there we go. Go for it.
So Arizona at Work Pinal County has a set of guiding principles, and what we call it is the Pinal Way. Some of these guiding principles include workforce services should function as one coordinated system rather than separate programs. Arizona at Work Pinal County serves as the public-facing entry point while partners contribute specialized expertise. The goal is no wrong door experience for job seekers and employers. and services should be transformational, helping customers achieve long-term success rather than simply completing transactions.
And the three real focal points, as I mentioned before, is going to be what we're calling the talent accelerator, the ABC models. Individuals, to achieve a job. If we have folks that come in, just need to get employed, they don't need any other services, they just need assistance in connecting to a job opportunity. But when we help an individual, we want to make sure they get a job, they focus on getting a better job if they so desire, and then really focusing on a career. So we're going to be calling this is the big change in our plan modification, the ABC model. So a job, better job, a career. That'll be achieved through expanded business services and, as I mentioned before, a distributed service model.
This slide shows our talent acceleration model, and it describes the A, B, and C. So A being the stabilizer, so several partners work to get the job seeker stable, and services that are provided under that function include outreach and intake, resume and job matching, basic skills development, and English language acquisition classes and supportive services. And then for B, which is accelerator, several programs provide training services, and that includes lower tier training. They're through individual training accounts. On-the-job training, where an individual starts working with a company and we reimburse wages for a short period of time. Training that results in industry-recognized credentials and supportive services to help them succeed in meeting their goal, such as providing transportation assistance. C is capital allocator, and that is offered by our adult dislocated worker and youth programs, and we work with employers and career and technical education and trade assistance, adjustment assistance program and vocational rehabilitation programs to offer advanced training, incumbent worker training, which is where we train individuals who are currently employed at a company and help them become upskilled so that they can learn new technology or be promoted within their companies, and then we create a backfill for new employees at the same time. And then we work with sector partnerships. This new plan focusing on healthcare, skilled trades, and advanced manufacturing. And then we help support individuals moving up through a career ladder.
And so this is just a depiction of some of the new tools we're going to be trying. One of the big tools, well, not a big tool, but is that last bullet showing Atlas. Atlas is an online platform that we've entered into memorandums of understanding with a few of our community partners. And what that allows, if you recall that big table that Mariah showed earlier, everybody works basically off their own platform, their own system. So exchange of information to help an individual can be quite cumbersome and quite challenging. What Atlas does is it levels the playing field and allows us to exchange basic information at the person's, their approval, exchanging information so we could easily move somebody throughout the system without having to re-enter all the information, have to retell their story, that we can just easily communicate with each other to help that individual. So that's the Atlas system, and that's one of the things we could run, obviously, some reports and things like that out of it from a system standpoint, not just an individual program. And then this is the last slide that we'll indulge you with, but we're just keeping the focus on self-sufficiency for job seekers. As you can see here, is really going to be an employer-led partnerships throughout the community, and we're going to monitor and really use a lot of the data that we accumulate to continuously evaluate how well we're doing in serving the community. I just wanted to get this kind of in front of you at this point. We're anticipating bringing the plan forward to this body probably sometime in October. The plan is to get it on the agenda for the Workforce Arizona Council at the state level in time for their November meeting, therefore allowing us to have an effective date of January 1, 2027.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Goodman, you got a question?
I do.
Or a comment, possibly.
Well,
Or a story.
Yeah, I could probably muster up a story, I'm sure I could. But I guess the question I have is that you've got a way to measure the success of what you've been doing this for a lot of years, Joe. And there's a lot of things that I know you've been connected to that has come into our county. For instance, Lucid Motors, others like that. You've been a big part of a lot of the growth and things that have taken place over in Casa Grande with the employment opportunities, and now LG's coming. And they're in the process of hiring, and they're going to be opening up here by the end of the year or first of next quarter. Can you, maybe not now, but maybe when you do come back with this report, if you can show us some visuals as to what those numbers look like with the efforts, whatever the plan you've been putting together. It'd be really nice for the public, for me especially, because I'm a visual kind of a guy, that I think if we could see the numbers, the progress that you've been having over the years. Dadgummit. Move that out of my way. But anyway, that'd be helpful, okay?
No, definitely.
For me.
And for all of us, and I appreciate that, Supervisor. It is one of the challenges we sometimes have is as you know, we do conduct job fairs and hiring events. We open those to the public. It's tracking the individuals sometimes after those events to find out the ultimate result. We can do that for individuals enrolled in our specific programs. For those in the general public, sometimes there's a lag period. We do use unemployment insurance wage databases to track that. It just takes some time. But we are implementing some better tracking tools for the results of these efforts, and we'll definitely bring those back to you.
That'd be great. You know, you're talking about the job fairs and things of that nature. Maybe with some numbers as to how many of those you're doing, how many employers are participating in that kind of stuff would be helpful.
Will do.
Okay, thanks.
And results from that.
Yeah, I'm sure that'll come out as a result of all that, yeah.
Any other questions? No. Thank you both very much. Appreciate it. All right. Let's see. 13 is discussion is the Purchasing Division report. Ms. Gorman, I know you're around someplace. Good morning. Still morning by just a couple of minutes. But.
He's saying hurry up.
I get that. Well, good morning, Chairman, Vice Chairman, and Board of Supervisors. Tracy Gorman, Purchasing Manager, and this is the Purchasing Division report for June 17th of 2026. In this report, the Board is requested to approve one contract award for RFP 261930 for retread tires. The Board is requested to approve 8 contract amendments for RFP 220226 for specialty legal services, and we are awarding that to 23 firms. RFP 230172 for correctional health services. RFP 240228 for banking services and trust safekeeping services. RFP 244129 for inmate communications. RFP 245129 for social worker services. We're re-awarding that to 3 vendors. RFP 251830 for night vision equipment. We're awarding that to 8 vendors. RFP 252030 for inmate commissary and banking services. IFB 253830 for less lethal duty ammunition and practice ammunition, where we are awarding that to 11 vendors. We are requesting the Board approve 1 sole source procurement over $100,000 per procurement code section PC 1-347. There is 1 cooperative purchasing agreement we would like to notify you of, as it is between $100,000 and $250,000. And lastly, we are seeking approval of 1 cooperative purchase requisition over $250,000. I will stand for questions.
Are there any questions for Ms. Gorman? This time, none. Then I believe, okay, then I would ask for a motion, please.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we approve the Purchasing Division report dated June 17, 2026.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion is second. Those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Thank you, Ms. Gorman. 14 is consent items. All items indicated alphabetically below will be handled by a single vote as part of the consent agenda unless a board member, county manager, or a member of the public objects at the time the agenda item is called. I'm going to ask to pull item R. Any other items that you guys care to pull? Hearing, seeing none, county manager? Oh, I'm sorry.
P.
Oh, P. Any others from the board? No. County manager? No. Public? L, like Lucy. L. L, okay. And I'm sorry, could you please state your name? Yes, sir. Okay, any others from the public? Hearing, seeing none. Okay, thank you. May I get a motion, please, on items A through W minus L, P, and R?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve the consent agenda, A through W, minus R, P, and L.
That's not what I asked. I said L, P, and I'm kidding. Okay, you're fine. You're fine. Okay.
I got to deal with?
So, I have a motion. Is there a second?
I'm going to second that.
You'll second that. I have a motion and a second. Those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. We'll start with Ms. Oliver. Item L, would you like, please come to the podium? Tell us what your question is.
Stephen Oliver, Santan Valley. I was just wondering, you were going to vote on terminating a lease for Stanfield Pottersfield Cemetery, and I was just wondering if there's any people buried there, if that is going to affect that. That was all.
Okay. Okay. And Mr. Ortiz, come tell us about the building.
Good afternoon, 12:04. Chairman, Vice Chair, Board of Supervisors, Joe Ortiz, Development Services Managing Director. Yeah, this item relates to a building facility that we have in the Sanfield area, which we're basically leasing out rental space. There's no actual bodies or
That we're
it's
aware
not
of.
an actual
That we're aware
cemetery.
of. That we're
Yeah,
aware
that we're
of.
aware of, correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
But it's just office space is all it is?
Correct.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Does that answer your question, Ms. Oliver? Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Ortiz. Item P, Supervisor Surtee.
We need to vote on that.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, that's true. Okay. Let's vote on that. May I get a motion, please, on item L?
Mr. Chair, I make a motion that we approve item L as presented.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Thank you. Item P, Supervisor Surtee.
So, yeah, I spent a lot of time discussing this as the whole incorporation effort was happening, and at first we thought we couldn't even handle it. We'd have to maybe get them to go with Maricopa County, but it looks like we are going to do it. But there's no details here about how we'll be reimbursed, do we have enough personnel, et cetera, and what will the future hold? And also, this is off topic, but a lot of people are hoping that we can even lower taxes eventually,
Don't
but
go
we're
off
still
topic.
going to have.
Don't go
I just
off
brought it.
topic.
I just brought it back.
Okay,
but-
you pulled it.
But we're
You
still
look
going to have expenses like this, so would like to explain why, and I know Sheriff Teeple are here, and Himanshu could possibly tell us how this is going to happen.
Sheriff Teeple, do you want to take this over?
Mr. Chairman, Vice Chairman, members of the board, Pinal County. To answer the first part of the question, Supervisor Surtee, is we're already providing law enforcement services for Santan Valley. As soon as they voted to incorporate it, we reorganized our patrol regions. And so we have a patrol region that just is the city limits of Santan Valley and a lieutenant over that. So we're already providing law enforcement services. This IGA does nothing more than says status quo. What we're providing right now, we don't have resources to provide anything else. Maybe in the future, we can have them discussions possibly of hiring more employees total, but as far as that goes, this is just an intergovernmental agreement to say, we're going to continue providing you with the same law enforcement services as we have for the last decade, and now you have to pay for it, because you're now an incorporated city.
So we're not going to lose money, but we're not going to make money. The taxpayers' portion is going to stay approximately the same, but eventually should go down.
Eventually, it should go down for the rest of Pinal County.
Yeah.
But yes, sir. We're currently, the county is currently paying for an assessment on this. We went to an outside firm. It was a mistake that we learned from when the city of Maricopa incorporated. The city of Maricopa incorporated, and we didn't look at, the county, I say, didn't look at all the factors that would go into providing a city law enforcement agency, like providing vehicles, bulletproof vests, because they have expiration dates. So we hired an outside company, finance did, to conduct this study so they could look into it and say, this is what you should be charging them. We're hopeful that that study is completed before January 1st, knock on wood. So that would be the next one. That's why this is just a 6 months IGA, where we're agreeing that we're going to provide you with the same law enforcement services as we already do. Nothing else has changed.
So this is 6 months, and we'll have to revisit this. And Leo, they're already taking in funding, right? So they can start paying soon?
Yes, Chairman, correct, Supervisor Surtee.
Okay. All right, I think that clarifies for the rest of the county,
All
so.
right, sir.
And the overhead is covered in this IGA as well. I mean, the incidentals and overhead that you mentioned, vests and cars and all that is all covered. So we're not, it's a break-even proposition that we're looking at.
Yes, sir.
As government should be, yeah.
And to speak to your point, Supervisor Surtee, I was one of the proponents it would have been excellent for the county if they would have contracted out with another law enforcement agency. There were no other law enforcement agencies that offered their services. So no one else had the capability of providing law enforcement services for a city overnight that has 100,000 people. We were already providing those services, so the appointed town council of Santan Valley only approached us about this.
Okay. Other than Blackwater mercenaries, something like that.
Not advisable, sir.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any other questions on this item? Okay. May I get a motion, please, on item P?
I move we approve item P.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Thank you. Item R is a discussion approval. It's the acceptance of an award agreement from Senate Bill 1735 between the Office of the Attorney General and Pinal County through us for $2 million for the, what is this, for the reentry program. And so I had some questions about this, and I'm on the executive committee of the reentry program, but yet we've not had a meeting for a while, and I'm not really sure quite how the reentry program is going. And as we're building a new building for the reentry program, have not been informed on this. And I'm actually moving to table this until August, until we've had some time to discuss this. Because I don't see that we can just give money away and not really know give money into the program. I mean, I know it's from the legislature, but I would like to table this until August to get a better understanding of what's actually going on, where the program is going, who's in the program, what services are being provided with these funds. And you're talking. What do you want? Oh, wait, just checking. I thought I was doing something wrong, so just checking. You're keeping me in line, I know. So, but that is my motion at this time to.
Would you be opposed to having
The sheriff can come
sheriffs
talk.
come and speak to it to some degree?
Sure. Sheriff Teeple, you want to come up and talk about this? We've got lots of people.
Mr. Chairman, Vice Chairman, members of the board in Pinal County, I can absolutely speak with whatever you need, but I have my experts here, so they could do a much better job of articulating what the reentry program is doing
Okay.
and what this money will go to.
Thank you.
I guess for me, and I understand the reentry, but I guess for me is time of the essence on this particular one. I mean, is it something that we can table so that Supervisor McClure and the rest of us can be a little bit more comfortable with what's being asked? Is that okay? I mean, is that? Okay, go ahead, sorry.
Good afternoon, Chairman McClure, members of the board. I'm Loretta Valdez, the Director of Reentry for Pinal County Sheriff's Office. Recently, we put in, they're going to want to grant us the $2 million, and what we want to use some of the money for is for the MAT services, and that's costing the county. The MAT services are the medication assistant treatment, and each dose costs $1,654 for each dose. And a total for a year is $417,000. So that's, a portion of that money is gonna go from the grant to that. Currently, in the reentry pod, we have now moved over and revamped the full screening process. The screening tools have not changed, that are the mental health, the substance abuse use, and the proxy have not changed. We also now offer inmates to be able to receive their 2-for-1. And this is a big thing because now they can go in that pod, do the classes, and then go to work, and they're granted their 2-for-1. And we just implemented that. And we're seeing a lot more inmates wanting to be part of the program. Of course, the building's coming up. We're working on that. We put in for 2 new position requests, which is a record tech and another justice service officer. We want to put one of the justice service officers in that pod full-time so that they can work with the inmates, offer them classes. And again, portion of that money is going to be coming out of this $2 million that we're going to be receiving. This was the first year that our county has gone to JailCon and represented with 5 other counties, and we were able to offer classes there at JailCon. And this
You have
is
to
the
dress
first
up like you do at Comic-Con?
We've also
Yes.
implemented new programming through the Easter Seals Parents as Teachers, programming for anyone who is a parent, and our focus is on the children for up to 5 years old. The Pinal Hispanic, we've also implemented a DBT program, which is a dialectical behavioral therapy, which is borderline personality, focuses on mindfulness, distress, tolerance, emotional regulation, and interpersonal effectiveness. We also hold our quarterly reentry advisory committee meetings and still releasing our newsletter.
Right, I've not seen the newsletter for some time. I used to get it regularly. I don't get it anymore.
Okay, I'm just taking over, so.
I know you've taken over, and I know it's been a year. I'm disappointed in some of the information that comes back and forth. It used to be that we had the policy group, I mean, we would sit and talk at the policy executive level and talk, and then obviously you, well, not you, but Ms. Fuller was there at the time. And we would discuss all that, just to know what was going on so that we were all on the same page. But I've not seen any of that for a year. And so, and I know we're putting up a new building, it's about $15 million more, is that about right, Mr.? Yeah, about $15 million. I know that you all are paying for some of that out of funds from past distributions from the legislature. I think $6 million or so dollars. But the point being that, is there a time constraint on this money?
I believe we have to have it in by this Friday.
By this Friday? Because I would say to table it, but if it's time constraint, that's fine. But I would move to approve it if we start having, you'll promise me that we'll start having some executive level talks with the upper management. I mean, beyond what your directors are, so that we get a better understanding of how the money is being spent, where it's going, because this was something that I spearheaded.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Just to go along with that, with what you're saying, you know, the reentry program, I think, is very important. These guys are going to get out at some point, and they need to be prepared when they are released. And I like the simulations that you guys did before, that you took a group of individuals and ran them through a simulation of what it was actually like coming out of the prison. And I appreciated that simulation because there's many of us that don't understand what the complications are of these guys coming out. But it would be helpful for some accounting on some of this stuff. I would agree with you. And a little bit more information. If you got that newsletter that you guys put out, make sure, maybe all 5 of us should get a copy of that. That'd be great.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right, as long as we're going to do that and we're going to move forward.
You have my word.
Okay, thank
Can we
you.
put that in a motion?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay,
You going to make the motion?
I can.
I'll let you.
How do you want me to word it, first of all? With accounting and accounting stipulations or records?
That we'll have a better coordination with the executive level to the management level.
Okay, okay.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair. Is it monthly, quarterly? So, I'm sorry, maybe I missed that portion of your.
I'm sorry, we used to do them quarterly, and whenever, the newsletter's quarterly, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, but we would have quarterly meetings to discuss what was going on and understand how the system worked.
Okay, I'm just making sure.
Where it was going and what we needed to do, and if better funding was needed, that's fine, but it's been radio silent.
Okay, so that should be part of the motion. I just want to make sure that it is, because they can do the meeting once a
Quarterly.
year. So quarterly, I just want to make sure that's part of the motion.
Yeah, okay.
You want to do it now?
You want-
I think Jeff should motion.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Okay, let me do that. So, okay, I'll make a motion on item R, that we approve item R as presented with the stipulation that we are going to have at least quarterly executive level meetings with management.
Excuse me, Chair.
Ma'am, okay, you tell me how it's supposed to say it.
Yes, I think you should move to approve the motion with the understanding
Understanding.
that there will be additional reports and meetings and so forth, rather than a stipulation.
Okay, that was poor choice of words. Okay, I move that we approve item R with the understanding that we will have executive level meetings with management to understand the way the reentry program is functioning.
Quarterly.
That's my motion. Quarterly, we'll throw in quarterly. Okay.
And the monthly newsletter to the 5
Well,
supervisors.
it's the quarterly newsletter.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Does that work, Natasha? Did I do it? Okay. I have a motion. I made the motion. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Motion is second. Those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ladies. You too, Ross.
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor, and I'd like to state on the record, since I have the mic, that this reentry newsletter, the most current one's being delayed because their stupid sheriff hasn't written his letter yet, and he refuses to use AI to do so, so.
Oh, there you go. Okay, thank you. Okay. Oh, we're not going there right now. Okay, okay. All right. Oh, jeez. Okay, item 15. I'm going to recess the Board of Supervisors' regular meeting to convene the Pinal County Public Health Services District Board of Directors meeting. Where did it go? Here it is. And this is consent items A through F. All items indicated alphabetically below will be handled by a single vote as part of the consent agenda unless a board member, county manager, or member of the public objects at the time the agenda item is called. Are there any items that the board wishes to pull at this time?
F.
F? Any others by the board? Hearing, seeing none. Okay, we have F, county manager. No. Public? Hearing, seeing none. Okay, may I get a motion, please? Items A through E on the Health Services District agenda.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we approve items A through E, E as presented.
Thank you. I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none. Motion passes. Thank you. Supervisor Surtee, item F.
So I believe I pulled something similar to this last year. A lot of my constituents, when they see the term family planning, they want to make sure that this is not going towards the type activities that Planned Parenthood does. And I would like an explanation of what all this, this item would do.
Good morning, Chairman, members of the board. Marissa Mendoza, Public Health Director, and I have with me Carrie Lennon, who is our Medical Director for Reproductive Health. This item, Supervisor Surdy, to your question, does not go toward the activities that Planned Parenthood does that are concerning to our constituents. This does provide family planning services to residents of Pinal County, but that includes things like excuse me, contraception, STI testing, help me, Carrie, I've lost
Breast
my...
and cervical cancer screening and fertility services and pregnancy testing and counseling. But no, to answer your question, we do not provide abortion as a method of family planning in our
All right. That's what people wanted to hear.
Yes.
So thank you.
I assure you. And none of the state funds for Title X are provided to any abortion provider in the state of Arizona.
Okay, thanks again.
Any other questions we can answer, Supervisor?
Is that it? No other questions? Thank you very much. Both of you appreciate it. Okay, Supervisor Sturdy, that...
I would move that we would approve item number F.
Second.
I have a motion to approve item F and a second. Those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Thank you. At this time, I will adjourn the Public Health Services District Board of Directors meeting and reconvene the Board of Supervisors regular meeting. And at that, I believe now is the call to the public. Item 16, call to the public. Call to the public is the time period for members of the public to address the Board of Supervisors to provide public input relating to subject matter within the Board of Supervisors' authority and jurisdiction. Those wishing to address the board need not to request permission in advance. I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time today. Need not request permission in advance. Action taken as a result of public comment will be limited to directing staff to study the matter or rescheduling it for further consideration and decision at a later time. So when you are called, please come up, state your name and generally where you live. And again, there you go. So first person on here is Ms. Hartle, Nancy Hartle.
Good morning, Chair and Supervisors. I'm Nancy Hartle. I live on Schneps Road in Santan Valley. I'm here today to address the rules to call the public and set a record straight on some previous situations. I first attended the Board of Supervisors meeting as I began my quest for a seat in the Arizona House of Representatives in late 2023. I heard several excellent remarks to call to the public about a myriad of issues. I found it refreshing that people were able to use this forum to convey their feelings about important issues without repercussion. I have learned that this board and others like the Town Council, the Planning and Zoning, etc., have complicated, important jobs entailing much work, consideration, and frustration, and for that I say thank you. As a retired nurse practitioner and military officer, I am keenly aware of the importance of rules and strive to follow them closely. The one time in the past that I didn't follow the rules by the Board of Supervisors was in 2024, when the chair changed the rules to call to the public 5 minutes before I was to speak. He added the requirement that the issues must be under the purview of the Board of Supervisors. I had spent quite a bit of time composing my presentation, and with no time to rethink, I attempted to read it as prepared. I was consistently stopped, chastised, and basically run off the speaker podium. I felt this treatment by the chair was abhorrent, and I wrote a letter that I didn't get a reply to. Let's fast forward to a call to the public on this May 6th. I presented remarks on my opposition to the AI data centers. When I finished, some people I didn't even know clapped to show their support. They were quickly admonished by the chair, and they stopped. Then a person from Gold Canyon began his presentation. A friend of mine was extremely upset by his remarks and spoke out. She was then removed from the room. Another person with whom I am somewhat familiar began making puking noises from the back of the room. I was shocked to find out later that some people thought I was responsible for these overt reactions of others. So to set the record straight, while I totally understand their repulsion to the vitriolic, disgusting diatribe from the person from Gold Canyon, I didn't have anything to do with their outward reactions. In the past, I heard a Board of Supervisors chair state that he felt that the Board of Supervisors should let the people have their say. That is absolutely correct. That is consistent with the First Amendment, freedom of speech, and I hope we will continue to support this. I thank you for that, and I wish everyone a happy Juneteenth. I didn't hear that mentioned earlier. Thank you.
Thank you. Lori Riley.
Good afternoon, Chairman, McLaren, board members. My name is Lori Riley. This is Amber Learman and Kevin Acuna, and we're longtime residents of the city of Maricopa. We're here this afternoon to share with you our deep concern regarding the welfare of the animals in the city of Maricopa. It is one of Arizona's fastest growing communities, yet our animal welfare infrastructure has failed to keep pace. With more than 83,000 residents, an estimated 34,500 pets, we have no local animal shelter and no dedicated TNR provider serving the region. We are confronting a crisis that can no longer be ignored. According to the Maricopa Police Records Department, there were 856 animal-related calls in 2024, 804 calls in 2025. Calls included 557 animal problems, 155 dogs barking, 52 vicious animals, and 45 animal cruelty complaints. And in 2025 alone, Katrina Rodriguez, Deputy Director for Pinal County Animal Control, reported that 195 dogs and 131 cats were surrendered from Maricopa alone. For years, the residents have appealed to the city leaders for assistance, only to be told that the responsibility for providing an animal shelter service lies with Pinal County. Meanwhile, the problem continues to grow and local resources remain overwhelmed and residents are frustrated as animal welfare concerns continue to escalate. 13 cat colonies have been identified within our community, yet only 4 are currently receiving treatment through a local nonprofit organization. When the nonprofit sought assistance from the city to address these colonies, it was directed to seek funding from the HOAs and local businesses to cover the costs of TNR services, vaccinations, and other necessary medical care. Grant opportunities are extremely limited because the organization does not operate from a brick-and-mortar location, but rather out of the homes of the volunteers. In the past 12 months, the organization has assisted 913 animals, approximately 95% which originated in the city of Maricopa. It also receives an average of 2 to 3 owner surrender requests and 10 to 15 stray animal requests every day, ranging from abandoned litters and injured cats and stray and abandoned dogs. The demand for animal welfare services is undeniable. A community pet microchip scanner recently installed by the nonprofit was used 58 times in its first 3 months alone, highlighting the significant number of lost and stray animals requiring assistance in our city. The residents of Maricopa have done our part this last 22 years. They've reported our concerns, we've volunteered our time, donated the money, supported local rescues, and gathered more than 10,000 signatures to seek relief for this. We urge you to take immediate steps toward establishing an animal shelter service in Maricopa and provide our community with a clear plan for addressing the crisis that we have before us. 10,000 residents are asking to be heard. We ask that you please listen and act.
Thank you. All right. Karen Oliver.
Thank you, Chairman McClure and supervisors. I appreciate this space for public comment. My name is Karen Oliver, and I live in Santan Valley. Recently, there's been a lot of discussion about water regarding data centers. I'm concerned about that, and I'm concerned about the companies providing water and sewer services to our county, and recently proposed rate increases. I'm aware of the problems with Johnson Utilities, which included sewage seeping into Pecan Creek North streets, and the legal fight along with the purchase of Johnson Utilities by EPCOR. I did a brief search this morning to see who exactly is served by EPCOR. On the EPCOR site, they claim to provide water to Queen Creek and in another location. Online, Queen Creek is not included. I know my neighborhood gets EPCOR sewer and Queen Creek water, but it is not clear where exactly the water comes from. I suspect EPCOR, previously Johnson Utilities, serves more communities than is easily discovered. A member of our Indivisible group, Queen Creek Santan Valley Indivisible, has been collecting signatures and is appealing to the Corporation Commission regarding EPCOR's expressed need for rate hikes. When this company took over, they did say they would have to raise rates because of the mess left by Johnson Utilities. I have seen a lot of activity at the EPCOR plant between Pecan Creek South and Pecan Creek North. The sewage leaks to Pecan Creek North seem to have stopped, but it still stinks to high heaven there. I'm wondering where the county's jurisdiction is in this decision process. I don't expect an answer at this moment, and I will continue seeking answers myself. I'm concerned the utility customers are going to bear the brunt and costs of EPCOR's reported changes. I will be going to the Corporation Commission on July 27th to ask for their answer. I'd also like to ask the board to prepare and share information about the Miller 287G agreement matter, as I see it's still ongoing. Thank you very much for all of your hard work. I could not do this, so thank you.
Thank you. George Ellison.
Good morning, or good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chairman, Supervisors, George Ellison, Gold Canyon, with a hat tip to Sundance. The leftist professional grievance in industry embedded within American media, schools, and Hollywood has a problem, a World Cup problem. Hundreds of thousands of visitors from around the world are discovering just how amazing the United States is, and they can't stop raving about it on social media. The leftist grievance class is being forced to take a break as their normally loud, shrieking voices are being drowned out by happy sounds, sounds of joy, jubilance even. Flags are waving, people are smiling, and that pesky American exceptionalism is visible all over the place. There's visible patriotism everywhere, and it's being compounded by the Freedom 250 events, celebrating 250 years of just being awesome America. This is a new experience for young Europeans, and they are overwhelmed. The joy is evident, and it's more than a little awesome to see all of the videos capturing the thrill of it all. This is America. This is the America the American leftist grievance class has forgotten to appreciate. This is also the America their local media back in Europe lied to them about. The happy people were told that everything over here was fraught with drugs, gangs, and terrible things. America was New York City, except it isn't. It's not any of that. America is clean, organized, and fun. The happy people are encountering everyday Americans. The American people are friendly, beyond generous, and all around awesome. There are great American eagles flying around, massive thundering jets booming just above the audience, rockets exploding with great fireworks, and exhibitions of colorful explosions accompanied by music. Every sense is overwhelmed, and yet to an American, it's just another Tuesday. The American food is big and tasty. The American stores are 100-fold larger than anything the happy people have ever experienced. The roads are easy to travel. For the better part of the past few decades, a group of leftist intellectuals and influencers have been promoting an insufferable storyline that it's better to be sitting around a campfire eating sustainable algae cakes and picking parasites off each other. Enough. We are Americans. Celebrate this country's 250th birthday unashamedly, and thank God that you are blessed to live here in America. Thank you.
Thank you. Any others who wish to speak before the board today? Anyone else? Mr. Revelis.
Roberto Revelis, resident of Gold Canyon. Mr. Chairman, Pinal County governance is facing a crisis in confidence and trust, infected by the failure to hold County Sheriff Mark Lamb accountable for abuse of authority, resulting in distrust of government. distrust that threatens the entire range of governing decisions on public safety, election integrity, data centers, preservation of water, energy, and environmental resources, all critical to county residents. Distrust accumulated over years of failing to hold Sheriff Mark Lamb accountable for abusing law enforcement authority. He is now in the center of controversy regarding sex texting and transmitting of graphic sexual photos, all documented by unrefuted screenshots from his own phone. Sadly, these sexual abuse issues are not the only issue concerning the sheriff that have involved flawed investigations. Other inclusive investigations have occurred at the Republican-dominated state legislature and at the previous Attorney General Brnovich's office. Other instances of abuse of authority are documented by settlement of the American Oversight versus Sheriff Lamb lawsuit in 2024, when Lamb admitted he failed to properly comply with Arizona's public records laws in 2020, 2021, 2022, and 2023. However, especially damaging to Pinal County's governance integrity at this time is Pinal County Attorney Brad Miller's conflicted report indicating that former County Attorney Kurt Volkmer's cursory investigation of Sheriff Lamb, while inconclusive, was dismissively ignored by our former Board of Supervisors, clearly adding further suspicions that Sheriff Lamb received favorable special treatment by your predecessor, Board of Supervisors, and that he continues to benefit from partisan favoritism today as he seeks election to Congress. Mr. Chairman, it's obvious that no credible investigation of Sheriff Lamb can be conducted by any Pinal County entity, including County Sheriff Attorney Brad Miller and County Sheriff Teeple. As one whose numerous requests for oversight investigation of the Sheriff's Office have been ignored, I ask you, please demand an immediate investigation by the State Attorney General. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any others who wish to speak before the board today? Hearing, seeing none, we'll close the call to the public. Thank you.
Chair.
Sir.
While not called out by name, I might like to do direction to staff. Leo, on the animal issue, was she talking city of Maricopa or the unincorporated areas? That's, I don't know, and if it's unincorporated, we could look into it, but if it's the city, and I know my colleague to my right would know about that, so I'd just like to have a report on what it is that might be the problem.
If you don't mind, Chairman, I just can respond. Actually, we've been working on this, and by Friday, I'm having a meeting with the city of Maricopa to see if there is something we can do joint, and also if there's a piece
Okay,
of
but we're going off
Anyway.
topic. Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
I'll further look into it and get clarification for you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay,
Is it possible for me, the young lady that spoke about the utility bills in Santan Valley, if I could just give her direction to just call my office?
there we go. You can do, you just did. So.
I did, but I was
Okay.
asking for your permission.
Okay. Yeah, you have my permission to ask her to do that.
I know, but I can
Okay.
get forgiveness if I
Okay,
needed
okay,
to.
we're
that's
good.
all.
Okay, we'll move on here. Item number 17 is a public hearing discussion on CSR 00726. Mr. Pachenko, you are up, sir.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Vice Chair, Supervisors. My name is Valentin Panchenko, Senior Planner, here to present to you case CSR 00726. So this is a comprehensive sign package request to establish up to 542 square feet of permanent signage and temporary signage up to about 500 square feet per sales office. So that will be a request for new standards for the whole Palomino Ranch Master Planned Residential Community located south of City of Maricopa and Akchin Indian Community. That's west of the Maricopa Road, and it's northwest of the corner of Amarillo Valley Road and Papago Road. There are a series of landowners. They came together. Originally, they started to apply separately to the county with separate permits for the monument signs, and staff advised them to come together and apply for the combined comprehensive sign package for the whole community, so the county can evaluate the whole signage for the whole master plan community. What applicant actually did. So this is a general location for the site. This is vicinity map. Let's cover almost the whole section, except the corner with south east corner with commercial. That will be separate application for the signage if those owner would like to do that. So this is a major aerial map for the community. They already start, some of the developers started to build up those locations, and there is a phased development. And that's what our code doesn't actually consider, because that's a large development and there are different developers with smaller parcels, and the whole subdivision entitled to X number of signs. And when someone will come first, they will exceed that limits, and then no one else will be able to use in the future any additional signage. So the applicant proposed a comprehensive plan for the signs, and there is two types of the signs they are proposing: permanent signs and temporary signs. With the permanent signs, they are proposing 2 entry monument signs. Each of them will be 28.5 square feet. Code allows to have one subdivision to have up to 2 monument signs, up to 50 square feet each, 15 feet high. So those 2 signs will meet the requirements, and that will be monument sign A in the south, and they already applied for the building permit for that sign. It's already approved and allowed by the code. And they also have, they do not have specifically now plan, but there are another monument sign C to the east next to the school site. Staff recommended them to put that in this sign review package in case in future they would like to do that, because they confirm that there will be entrance from that way as well. But currently developer doesn't have plans to use that allowance, but still that's proposed in this sign package. So in case they would like to go with that one, they will be able to do that. Then, so starting from that point of time, when they will build 2 monument signs, no other monument sign will be allowed by the code by right. An applicant asking for additional parcel monument signs. Those will be located next to each developer's parcels. So basically that will be developed through time, when each parcel will be developed by different developers. And they will have 17 parcels. They're asking for additional 17 monument signs, 1 monument sign for each parcel. Technically, Pinal County Development Service Code has determination about subdivision that any location with more than 30 units can be considered as subdivision and should apply the same standards as for subdivision. And as you can see, there are much more than 30 units in this larger master plan community, and it's even more than 30 units within each of the parcels. So it's technically each of those parcels, small parcels, can qualify for a subdivision if they would apply separately. But as we spotted that some developers started to submit signs permits separately, we spotted that there's something going on in that location. Staff would like to have a comprehensive view for the signage for this location, so we will not allow enormously a number of signage, and then we will not track how many actually allowed by the code. So technically, each separate sign meet all the requirement for the area up to 50 feet and height up to 15 feet high. If applicant will apply separately each parcel, they can actually go and argue about that each of those parcels a separate subdivision. It's not clearly expressed in the code, so technically we will have only 19 for 17 parcels, and that's and those parcel monument signs will be only internally within the subdivision. It will not be visible from the roads, from Papago Road, external roads from this subdivision. So that will be basically mostly like a wayfinding for those smaller subdivisions. This is example of a main entry monument sign that's already processing with a building permit. So that's allowed by the code, and applicant meets all the requirements. They will have this sign anyway. And this is a parcel monument signs. Those signs will be wall mounted on the wall, so technically they just add in additional signage on the walls that they will have a building permit for. So that's just additional architectural addition to those walls. There also will be a temporary signs. So each of those parcels will have temporary use permits for sales offices, and those sales offices will have another request for the signs that's based on the previous practice with subdivisions. So applicant listed out the maximum amount that they will be able to do, because applicants doesn't know which developer do how many signs. So staff asked them to do the maximum dimensions and the maximum amount they can ask for. So they will be covered in the future. They wouldn't need to make any amendments for this plan. So here's a list of the different types of temporary signage. They only have temporary sign number 4, internal community directional signage. That will be based on the reasonable amount to find a way from the entrance to the sales office. And we do have stipulation number 4 that regulates that it needs to be the minimum number of turns from the entrance to the sales office, so they cannot get more than number of turns when you're driving from the entrance to that sales office. And they will need to meet a 50-feet setback between any other signs, so there will be no interruption into driving views for those. And they will also need to meet their stipulation number 5 about visible triangles. So they do not allow, we will not allow them to put any signage within those blanket spots that they can create with putting like extra signage. But also all of those temporary signs, they will be linked to temporary use permits for sales office. Usually it's about for 1 year, and then it can go to up to 2 additional extensions, 1 year each. So with the maximum time for the sales office will be 3 years if all extensions will be used. And that's only temporary. So that will be taken out when the sales office will be closed. And because it's development phase, we will not have 17 parcels coming together. So it will be phase by phase. Each sales office will open time by time, and they will be already entitled to all of those signage. And as well, we will include here all the flags the applicant want to do. Typical for any subdivision to use US flag 60 feet, but untypical requests, applicant want also to be sure that they will be able to do also Arizona flag 60 feet and builder flag 35 feet. While US flag and Arizona flag, that's more than 50% increase, and that requires board approval. But the builder flag, it's only 35 feet, it's under 50% increase, 30 feet height, it's a limitation for this zoning. That will require only directorial approval if they would go like separately. But we included all of that in this one application. So each of a sales office in the future will be entitled, in case of approved, it will be entitled to that listing, including signage and flagpoles. This is, as I told, applicant doesn't know what is the design for each of those signs today, but applicant mentioned that it should be also regulated with local association of homeowners, so that basically will, the design, actual design will be communicated internally. But this is the dimensions, they all meet the requirements. It's only question about the numbers of signs which heavily exceed the limitations. Complex sign, internal community directional signage, informational signage. They will have directional signage for the future school and future park site. That will be taken down basically when the construction will be finalized. There's some additional information signage, avenue banners, plotter flag, feather flag, and flagpole. They also provided some materials that they will use for those signage and monument signs. That's mostly like in alignment with design for the Palomino Ranch subdivision. As I told, the number of internal parcel monument signs, that's more than 2 that they already proposed, so that's exceed the code intent. There is also temporary signage that is heavily more than the code allows, but because code defines subdivision as development of 30 or more units, board can actually see that there's a lot of subdivisions inside this master plan community, and the code doesn't actually describe how we need to regulate signs within the master plan community. At the time when the sign code portion was done, there was no such a huge movement for the master plan community, so that it wasn't considered at that time. Sign review committee on May 5th, 2026 voted to approve this case with 2 votes yes, 0 no, and 1 abstained. And there is 6 stipulations for this request. And as I told, there are stipulation number 4, 5, and 6. Here will be not 3, 4, 5. It will be 4, 5, and 6. And top 1, it's about internal community directional signage. There's a 50 feet minimum for all of those signs between each other, and there's no sign shall be placed within the required visibility triangle, or if they will obstruct the sign distance. That will allow building inspection to check if those signs interrupt some drivings, etc., when they will issue the building permits. So all of those signs, even temporary, they would need to have building permit at the end, and they will have a county review. If the board has any question to the staff.
Thank you, Mr. Pachenko. Any questions from the board? No. I mean, so the signage internally there is just a bunch of signs for each neighborhood, essentially, right? On the entrance to the, whatever, the 30 homes or 50 homes or whatever it is. Yeah, that one.
So
You know,
currently, they applied for the monument sign A in the south. That's allowed. But then they started to apply for different, so this road to the right, this
Right.
line, first line, they have 4 developers. They started to apply for those 4 additional, and that's how this stuff spotted that we need to work together.
But it's essentially, I mean, each neighborhood, assuming, let's call each parcel a neighborhood. Each parcel has its own little name tag in front of it, you know?
Yes, that's a monument sign for
So
each
that's
other.
really all you're doing.
Yes, but technically that's one subdivision.
It's all one subdivision.
Yes, it's master planned subdivision. It's master planned subdivision, large one, that was approved as it is as master plan subdivision. But then initial owner, they sold out those parcels to developers, and now those developers started to apply.
They each want naming rights for their neighborhood.
Yes, correct.
Yeah, I have in my neighborhood, I have a planned community, and I've got 1, 2, 3, 4 different builders with no signs. You know, it's just the one that says, here we are, have a nice day. But we don't have all those signs everywhere.
Mr. Chair, sorry.
Go ahead, Supervisor.
I just want to verify, so each one of these, all these Bs or whatever that is.
Bs, yes.
So it'll be like Crystal, it'll be whatever the names they choose to pick. The whole subdivision is called Palomino Ranch, but each wall will have one that says Crystal or whatever they want to call each one of them. That's where you're going with that, right?
They will add basically that.
Whatever names.
Yeah, whatever names, yeah.
Because in my subdivision, there is no names, the whole thing's called Cobblestone.
Right.
They want to name them.
So they want individual markers to say, hey, I built this, yeah. No, okay, and this is a public hearing. Okay, thank you, Mr. Janko. If there's no other questions, I'm going to open the public hearing. I do have one card. They don't wish to speak. They are opposed. You just said you didn't want, I'm going to guess you are Mr. Salazar.
Correct.
That is yours.
Yes, 11780 North White Road. My understanding, I wasn't sure what was the deal about it. Because since when I saw the drawing, it was on the drawing in the line on the flyer that I got. It was going 2 parcels over my property and my neighbor's property all the way down on White Road. And I didn't know that was concerning us on all those properties. I didn't know it was just about signage. I thought they were going to rezone that area and they wanted us to move out of that properties. No. That was my concern. I'm like, I'm opposed to that. That's why I was here.
Okay, so you are,
If it's just about signage, I don't care.
okay. All right. We're clearer on that now. Okay, thank you. Any others who wish to speak on this item? Public comment? Hearing and seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. And board have any other questions?
Good.
Okay. In that case, I'd ask for a motion, please.
Mr. Chair, I would like to approve item 17 as written with 6 stipulations.
Okay, I have them as presented or written?
As presented, sorry.
As presented, okay.
With 6 stipulations.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Would this be a good time for a break?
Oh, you want a break? Okay, tell you what, we'll take a 20-minute break, and then we'll be back. So, break time.
My bones won't heal.
Hearing, discussion, approval, disapproval of resolution number 2026-SUP-002-26. And I have Ms. Bedward, I believe, yes. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, Vice Chair, Supervisors. My name is Tanya Bedward, and I am Senior Planner within the Planning Department. This afternoon, I will present, my first case is SUP 00226, and this is in relation to Emerald Glen South Assisted Living and Memory Care Facility. So the proposal involves the development and operation, build and operation of a 26-bed assisted living memory care facility on a parcel that is located on the southeastern corner of East Empire Boulevard and North Wild Horse Drive. And this is to the south of Queen Creek in unincorporated Pinal County. The parcel size, as we're seeing, is approximately plus or minus 2.1 acres. This is the county map, which shows the location of the parcel in relation to the various surrounding areas. The current zone of the parcel is general rural, and the surrounding areas zoned for suburban ranch land use to the south. We're also seeing GR to the west, and to the north and east of the parcel is the incorporated city of Queen Creek. And this shows the vicinity map for the parcel. And this is an aerial overview of its location. Also illustrated here are photographs indicating a visual of the parcel and just an indication also of the notices that were posted. The site is currently vacant, and as indicated before, it is zoned general rural with a rural living designation under the Town of Santan's Special Area Plan. The parcel, as pointed out, is located within the vicinity of West Hunt Highway and East Empire Boulevard. The special use permit that is being requested is for the development of a 26-bed assisted living and memory care facility, which will span an area of 19,000 square feet. And this facility envisions a place where residents can, as they get older, can enjoy life, a standard of living, rather, away from home in a facility that feels just like home. The Emerald Glen will provide residents the option to reside in the community where they can maintain contact with family. So, in essence, they would not feel as though they are away from an area that they're, with which they're familiar. The site plan is outlined on the slide, and the details would have been shared in the staff report. Just to note that as it relates to public participation, all the requisite notices were done. We have received to date 4 notifications, which I'm handing to the clerk, for notifications of support for the project, and no letters of opposition have been received. On April 16th, the matter was considered by the Planning and Zoning Commission at its meeting, and the commission members voted unanimously, 8-1, to recommend approval of case SUP-002-26, subject to the 15 stipulations that were outlined in the staff report. That concludes my presentation, Chair. Just to note, I will take any questions, and also to note as well that the applicants are present, and they also have a presentation that they would like to share.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Bedward? Seeing none, thank you, Ms. Bedward. And the applicants are here. Please come forward. Come on down, as they say.
Hello, I'm Patrick Tona and Jennifer Tona. We reside at 154th South 154th Street in Gilbert, Arizona. Thank you, Chair and Vice Chair and Board, for hearing us. Jennifer, presentation.
Okay, start rolling the, okay.
You get to do that.
I get to do
You
that.
roll at your speed. There you go.
Up arrow?
Maybe.
Hold on, yeah, technical
Okay,
support here.
technical support here.
This big button here.
That one, okay.
There you go.
This is a view of the current facility that we have, and we are taking the floor plan and moving it directly onto the Plan 2 on the property here in Queen Creek, or Santan. We have attempted to build a community that's very attractive from the outside, very attractive from the inside, and allow people to create a home-like environment with their belongings and their pictures and everything. And I'm a nurse, and we've had the blessing of very good staff to where we're able to take care of people through to the end of life. Patrick and I like to describe ourselves as having the skills of an assisted living or a nursing home, but we don't look like one or smell like one. So, let me just go forward again. Here we are, coming up to the front door. We wanted to have a large patio out front in case people like to sit and watch the cars go by. Here's inside the front entryway. We like to have interesting things there so that residents can be entertained and take a look at things and recall how they used to have one thing just like that. So we've put a lot of thought into creating a very interesting environment for them.
And I just interrupt, so the car there, so my mother-in-law used to live in it, assisted living, and there was a lady that lived there with her that would, I'm doing a Goodman now, so, lady that lived with her that used to go out and stand on the porch and look out and said, those dang kids stole my car again.
Yep.
And so, I got to get home to feed my husband, and then she was trying to talk my mother-in-law into all the time, well, you want to go back to California, can I drive you to the airport? It's like, God, once a week, it was hilarious.
Oh, yeah, we have those situations. The car that you're looking at will have Santa sitting in the front
There you
seat
go.
in December, so, yeah. Here's another area of design. This is looking down one of the hallways. And if you've got the floor plan in view, you'll see that the building is built in the shape of an X. So we've got 4 hallways that are short in length, so it's a short distance for a resident to get from their room to a common area, and it's a short distance for staff to go answer the call bells. Because through the years, we've listened to complaints of families of why they don't like the place where they're at because, took them 20 minutes to answer a call bell. So we wanted to make things doable for everybody, for the residents as well as the staff. Here's what a room looks like. Everybody's got quite a bit of square footage to where they can bring in all their personal things. Some rooms at the ends of each of the 4 hallways are exceptionally large, so we can accommodate couples. So here's, you can see my picture taking in the mirror, that's me taking a picture of the bathroom in a smaller room. We give everybody a shower, and the shower pan has no threshold, so that it's easy to get people in and out, either by their walking or by rolling a shower chair. Here's our chef. He's busy at work. The cooking is performed in our kitchen on site, and it is visible for the residents because I want them to come up and ask Tyler what's for dinner and, make a comment of, I want that or I don't want that. Yeah. And so we have 2 chefs, and of course, one works 3 days and the other works 4 days, but we keep that going. Here it is, and you can see the window off to the right-hand side, and that's how the residents are able to look inside and say, hey, what's for dinner? Dining areas, we have separate dining areas because we want to match people up with their compatible friendships. And we take care of people through the end of life, and so there does come times when people need to be fed, and the whole outward appearance can be discouraging to somebody that is not that far along in their diagnosis. Because I will tour families who will walk through our community and they whisper to me, I don't want my mother sitting next to those kind of people. So I understand the sensitivities of families, and we've done everything that we can within the floor plan to create an environment that is encouraging and not discouraging. But we will take care of people through to the end. Here's activity area. And we have entertainers that come. The top picture has a grand piano in the upper right area. And we have a church service that meets on Sundays. I happen to play the piano for it. So my husband and I are still very, very much involved in our businesses. One thing I wanted to say that's a little bit off topic, I was here when you started your meeting, and I was very pleased to have it begin in prayer. Because for my husband and I, following the guidelines in the New Testament of our relationships with each other, that spells us. That is a very, very good description of how we conduct our business. So, parking lot, we've got handicapped spaces up close, regular parking spaces out on the periphery, which will be facing Wild Horse. And then we are always honoring veterans. We've got a flag out front. There's more parking. More parking. Oh, I guess that's it.
Any questions?
Yeah.
Any questions?
For us?
The applicants, none? Okay, thank you very much. Thank you
Okay.
for your presentation, appreciate it.
Thanks for your time.
And this is a public hearing, so I'm going to open the public hearing. I have one card from a Ms. Karen Mooney.
Hi, my name's Karen. I do live in Santan Valley. I'm neutral on the project. I think it's a beautiful facility and great idea. My only concern is the second entrance, which I didn't see shown, would come out onto Empire, and that section, Empire Old Hunt Highway, is very busy and very close to a light. I was speaking with Mr. Zuby, who I was just sitting beside, and just want to make sure that it would be right in, right out only. That's just my concern for it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any others that wish to speak at this hearing? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. And board, do you have any questions? Seeing none, we'll ask for a motion, please.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to approve item 18 as written with 15 stipulations and say this is a very well-needed project, and thank you for doing it. And I can't wait for you to have it and have it there for the people that need it there. So thank you for your service and your nursing service, too.
Okay, I have a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Motion and a second. Those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Thank you very much. Now we will go to item 19, public hearing, discussion, approval, disapproval of resolution number 2026-PZ-PA-003-26. And this is going to be somebody. Oh, Ms. Bedford, you're back, yes.
I'm back. Good.
And just to know, we're going to hear items 19, 20, and 21 together.
That's correct, Chairman. Okay, good afternoon again, Chairman, Vice Chair, Supervisors. I'm presenting before you 3 cases as outlined on the slide. Copper Basin, and this relates to Copper Basin Energy Storage. The first case is PZ-PA-003-26 with respect to a non-major comprehensive plan amendment. The second case, PZ-002-26, requesting approval for rezoning. And the third case, PZ-PD-002-26, as it relates to the request for approval for a planned area development, pad overlay. And this is for a 25-acre parcel. And this property is located to the southwest corner of Bella Vista Road and Attaway Road in an incorporated area of the town of Santan Valley. The owners are outlined, and as well as the agent for this project. The county map shows the location of the cases. The parcels, the current land use for the area, for the parcel, is suburban neighborhood, and it is proposed that the land use be changed to one that could accommodate, that would be best fitting for the proposed facility. And this is the general public facilities or services. The surrounding land uses within the area significantly is the 270 acres solar generation from the SRP Copper Crossing Energy and Research Center, and this is located to the south, east, and west of the property, of the parcel. So essentially the parcel is nestled in similar land uses in the surrounding. the current zoning, this for the parcels, it's two parcels, one that is being combined. The one is zoned to GR and the other, meaning general rural zone, and the other single residence zone, C3. And it is proposed that both be zoned as one property, rezoned rather to industrial zoning district, and this is I3, including a pad overlay. This is a vicinity map showing the location of the site, and this is an aerial overview of the parcel's location. So the Copper Basin Energy Storage Project of significance, why this is a very attractive project, is its location. And if you see, it is nestled right in an area that is surrounded by other energy projects. Most importantly, as I mentioned before, the 270 acres Salt River Project, as well as significantly the Able Station that is located to the southeast of the parcel. And the Able Station is important. The location is significant because the Copper Basin storage is expected to store energy coming from the Able Station, which we're seeing generates, it has a 230 kV as well as a 500 kV transmission located at this facility. This provides a pictorial of the location, sections of a location, as well as the notices that were posted. So more specifically, as it relates to the first case, the non-major comprehensive plan amendment, PZ-PA00-003-26, we're seeking again to change from suburban neighborhood designation to general public facilities / services. And this is within the context of the provisions of the comprehensive development plan for Pinal County, as well as the Santan Valley Special Area Plan. And this is the most fitting designation that is being put forward. And secondly, also the fact that this project aligns with the energy strategies outlined within the comprehensive development plan for the Pinal County. As it relates to rezoning, the rezoning case, PZ-002-26, the proposal to change the zoning from general rural and single residence zone to I3. And this is in keeping with the, which would be fittingly accommodated with the change to the designation under the comprehensive plan as proposed, outlined earlier. Just to note that there is also a recommendation, a proposal for a pad overlay as the zoning would change to I3, and this would facilitate the optimum use of the facility. And to highlight that the main use to which this parcel will be put will be related only to the battery energy storage facility being proposed. The pad overlay, there aren't many changes. There is significantly just one major change proposed as it relates to the new I3 zoning. And this amounts to one because, and this relates to a reduction of the 25 feet setback that is required for properties abutting the rural and residential zone, and there is a request for 0 feet. And this is within the context of the existing adjacent property is also undertaken, slated for similar energy development, and the fact that the project, the energy storage facility, will be storing energy generated from the neighboring adjacent parcel eventually, then it would be fitting to have both properties as close, operating as closely as possible without a setback. The maximum feet within, under I3, the maximum height rather, under the I3 zoning is 50. And just to note that the code allows for a height exemption as it relates to transmission lines, which will eventually be developed as a part of the parceling transmitting energy for storage. So that has already been taken care of within the code. This provides an outline of an indication of the site plan and the details conceptually of what will be stored there. And importantly, the parcel will have the requisite buffer as outlined in green, and that is indicated on the slide.
May I ask one question? First of all, you can back away from the mic a little bit because it's a little loud, but that's okay. But also, what is, back one slide, what's the future augmentation area? What is that? I'm just curious. I see battery storage, augmentation area. And the presenter, or the applicant can answer that.
Yes, I will have the applicant outline based
Okay,
on
thank you.
how they're, respond based on how they phase
Okay, thank you.
the application. I'm sorry.
Sorry,
Yes.
I just,
Thank you, Chair. So among the considerations taken into account, into account as it relates to this property, as I mentioned before, is the location and its proximity to similar uses. Well, essentially, it is surrounded by other similar uses and compatible uses, which provides for enhancing the output, energy output later on. It also provides an opportunity for creating employment in an area where none currently exist, meaning that area is currently not being used as an employment generator. And importantly, the role it will play in enhancing energy provisions, not just for the county, but regionally, as the county grows and the demand for energy we're seeing increasing, and not just energy, affordable energy. Because what the storage facility will do is that it will allow for energy to be stored so that in off-peak periods, so that in peak periods it could offset some of the demands and therefore increase affordability. So the recommendation, the P&Z considered the matter, and at its meeting in May 21st, and the recommendations, a number of recommendations were put forward for the various cases. Just to note that all cases were approved unanimously. The cases PZ-PA-003-26, case PZ-002-26, and case PZ-PD-002-26 was all approved 9-0, and based on the conditions outlined there and also detailed in the staff report. As it relates to public participation, 7 letters of support was received, and during the P&Z public hearing, there was 3 additional support, individuals spoke in support of the project, and to date, no letters of opposition have been received. I will take any questions at this time, or as well, we do have the applicants and there is a presentation, so that will provide more information on the details of the project itself, if you would.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Ms. Bedford? No, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. And the applicant is here, so can we have the applicant please come up and run the show?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Nick Woods, Snell and Wilmer, 1 East Washington Street, Phoenix, and I represent Plus Power. I've been doing this over 45 years, and some of the things I've learned include looking to 4 factors that I really look to very closely to determine whether a project is appropriate, no matter what the project may be. The good news is those factors were considered by your Planning Commission, which recommended approval unanimously, as well as the Interim Planning Advisory Committee for Santan, because we're in a newly incorporated area of Santan. They recommended approval unanimously. And then we went to the Town Council for Santan, and they recommended approval unanimously as well. But those 4 factors really are, number 1, is there a need? Definite need, a definitive need. Number 2, the quality of the developer. One of the things we've all learned is if you don't have a great developer, the project never either becomes a reality or it's not done very well. The third is location. Right? Is it appropriately located? And lastly, is it going to be a great neighbor? And we fulfill all of those factors. So starting off, so let's talk about the developer. There are a number of companies in the energy space that will build battery storage across the country. One of the unique things about Plus Power is that's all they do. They are the pros from Dover. They're the experts in the area. They've been around since 2018. They have 2 projects in New England. They have 4 of them in Texas. They have 2 of them here. One's in Avondale and one's in Gilbert. And then they have 1 in Hawaii. So they've built them in all different environments and climates. And of course, they are very much a great corporate partner. They make contributions, they're active in the community, and they have local representatives here. As far as the location is concerned, this is an example of their project in Avondale. As you can see, they're not very large, they're very tall. They're about 8 feet in height, surrounded by a decorative wall, and we'll have that same thing here. As far as the location is concerned, the location is perfect. What energy storage facilities do, and again, this is utility scale, is it provides additional power into the system. Here in Arizona, right, we have heat like we do today, and of course, the demand, we have peaks and valleys in the demand. Well, this brings everything down to a very steady, reliable, sustainable amount. We are right next to Able. We're less than a mile away from the Able substation. We will connect directly to the Able substation. But we're also surrounded by SRP. SRP has its solar that's right there, as well as a research facility, as well as their main Able substation. The important thing about this is it's 250 megawatt system and 2,000 megawatt hours. What that means is if the system goes down, if the grid goes down, this will be able to sustain up to 100,000 houses for a minimum of 8 hours and up to 12 or 13 hours, depending upon what the demand may be. So that's, again, is necessary in order to sustain stability. Now, as far as need is concerned, I've been practicing law for 45 years. I moved here in 1985. I've been doing it here for 41 years. The growth we've seen has been significant, and it'll continue. There was about 100,000 people living in Pinal County in 1985. Today, there's over 500,000. The growth will continue, and one of the cornerstones of that growth is power, and having the power, again, be reliable and be sustainable.
And just for the reference, the heat today is not in here, just for all of those you sitting out there.
Thank goodness.
Yeah.
We're pulling from that grid is what we're doing right now.
Yeah, yeah. So again, these are the changes. I think Tanya went through those, so I'll just skip over these. Here's the site. Mr. Chairman, you asked about augmentation. This facility will be here about 25 years. And of course, technology continues to change. And as it continues to change, they need space to, replace existing, units, but also add new ones. So that's where the augmentation space is used for. As you can see, it's the perfect location. We have the need. Now, the last question is it going to be a good neighbor? Because that's the fourth factor. And with that comes the question of safety, right? We often hear people are concerned about battery storage because, several years back there was, an explosion on an APS facility. So the question really is safety. So, Mr. Chairman, we have a safety engineer who is really an expert, and with your permission, I'd like to ask him to come up and, talk about safety. And then after that, if you have any questions regarding the facility, my clients are both here, Steve and Matt, and they'd be happy to come up and answer any questions.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman, Vice Chair, and Supervisors. Brian Scholl, 264 West Loma Vista Street here in Gilbert, Arizona, one of the places where we do have a battery energy storage system. Recently retired from the Phoenix Fire Department after 23 years, and I also sit on a lot of the codes and standards that deal with batteries. Because McMicken was a very bad day for us, and we've come a long way since McMicken. The batteries that we're putting in today are highly tested and highly regulated. Everybody asks, well, what comes off if there's an incident in one of these facilities? I can tell you exactly what's come off because we test them, and that's the important thing. As a firefighter in Phoenix, we're more worried about house fires than we are of anything that comes off these batteries because I know exactly what's in these batteries as opposed to a house fire. My goal, since I've been in the fire service, is to make sure that this facility is up to all the current standards and all the current codes, and it helps to keep our community and our firefighters safe. If you guys have any questions for me on safety or battery technology, I'm here to answer any questions for you.
Any questions from the board? Hearing, seeing none, I guess not. We've heard that presentation, but others as well. Thank you very much.
Chairman, yes, you have. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Supervisor Vidiello.
Just wanted to ask, so it's going to have a brick wall all the way around 8 feet high?
Yes.
Correct?
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Vitiello, yes, that's correct.
And obviously, the nearest fire department is how far away?
I'm Matthew Look, Plus Power. We're the developer for Copper Basin, 2620 West Summerside Road, Phoenix, Arizona. The nearest fire station is Rural Metro. It's 841. It's to the west. It's about 5 miles. And there's also a fire station to the north. I think that's 843. I think there's one south. That's 846.
And is there going to be water available if, I know a lot about battery storage, but if there was an incident, is there water in the area that's going to be no issue for the fire department or fire departments?
So there is no direct water to the site. The site doesn't use any water. So there is water in the vicinity, and we're going to be trucking water in to serve our O&M trailer itself. But there is water in the vicinity for fire service, but not directly to the site.
Okay. And then, obviously, this is an area solar, so you don't plan on having any vegetation around the outside of this?
So on the interior perimeter wall, no, we have no vegetation. On the outside, we're going to work with Santan Valley with their planners on how they would like to landscape that area.
Oh, okay, good. Great. Thanks.
Any other questions from the board for the applicant? No? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, this is a public hearing, and at this time, I'll open the collective public hearing for agenda items 19, 20, and 21. Are there any members of the public that wish to speak on this item? Besides Mr. Alizada that's here someplace, I know you're there, sir. Did you care to speak? Come on down.
Chair, Vice Chair, members of the board, Sapan Alazada. I am with the Arizona Technology Council, 2800 North Central Avenue, Suite 1530 in Phoenix. As always, an honor and a privilege to be here to speak in support of this project and the rezoning. As you all see, Plus Power has done their due diligence. They have met with the communities that are going to be impacted by this project. They have reached out, answered questions, updated their plans, and ensured that safety is the #1 priority when building this project. Supervisor Vidiel, when this meeting started at 9:30 this morning, you were talking about what you're going to be doing in the district coming up, and you said you're meeting with ED1 and ED2, I believe, or ED2 and ED3, and you understand the needs for energy in Pinal County, because energy equals economic development. Now, a battery energy storage system isn't necessarily going to solve all the energy needs that a county has, but it's going to be a very strong component to it. Again, I always like to think of it as a mosaic of an all-of-the-above approach. So this is one component to that mosaic. And before I wrap up, I just also want to make a comment about the Pinal County Planning and Zoning Commission. My compliments to them. The Pinal County P&Z Commission is one of the most detail-oriented commissions that I have worked with and presented before. No detail is too small, no question goes unanswered, or unasked rather, and everything is done above board. You know, from Chairman Klob to Commissioner Scott, Commissioner Mooney, all of them are fantastic community members and representatives who do a great job in these meetings. So you know that if a project gets a vote of 9-0 approval, the applicant and their representative have done their job and have done their job well. So with that, once again, thank you for your time, thank you for your attention, and we hope you will be approving this Plus Power project.
Thank you. Any others from the public that wish to speak? Hearing and seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. And if the board doesn't have any questions, I would ask for a motion, please.
Okay, but before I do that, I do want to make sure that we've got entered into the record a letter of support from the town of Santan Valley in regards to this. Do we have that? Okay, good. And a lot of people have asked me, why are we doing this as opposed to Santan Valley?
Gee, why?
I'm going to tell you the story behind that. First of all, they've been involved heavily from the very beginning on all of this stuff, as one of our commissioners is Karen Moody, who is one of those detail-oriented individuals and that will scrutinize everything, and I appreciate her for that. But Darren Schneff, who's the current mayor, sits on that commission. And so they've been heavily involved from the very beginning, and I appreciate Nick and your guys' crew going and doing a presentation to the town and getting their involvement on this because it was vital. The reason for this right here is the fact that they didn't want this to be delayed in any form or fashion. They wanted to continue business as normal, that there was no glitches whatsoever bringing this type of a development into the community. We all know that power is a big deal, and storage of that power at various times so that it meets at peak times is very important for our communities as a whole. So with that, in that speech that I gave and that little detailed story behind it, I would like to make a motion that we approve, Mr. Chair, item number 19 with no stipulations.
I wanted to make a statement before I second that.
Go ahead.
So, yeah, ordinarily, I'm against, if this was generated from a massive solar field, I wouldn't be for it, but since they're taking it right from the grid, I think it's a good project to make the grid stronger, so, second.
I have a motion and a second. Those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Thank you. May I get a motion, please, for item number 20?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we approve item number 20 as presented with one stipulation.
I have a motion. Is there a second? Second. Motion and a second. Okay, I have a motion and a second. Those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Thank you very much. May I get a motion, please, for item 21?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we approve item 21 as presented with 18 stipulations.
I have a motion. Is there a second? Second. I have a motion and a second. Those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. There we go. Thank you very much. All right, item number 22 is discussion, approval, disapproval of resolution number 2026-SUP-021-25. Ms. Bedward, you are back.
I am, Chair.
I think you're the only one we have left now. Well, besides Dedrick and, yeah, anyway.
Good afternoon again, Chair, Vice Chair, Supervisors. I am presenting case SUP 021-25, and this is in relation to a wireless communication facility, vertical bridge application. The proposal was for the construction of, the proposal was to construct and operate a 70-foot high wireless communication tower. And this site that was proposed is located at the intersection of Highway 84 and South John Wayne Parkway in unincorporated Pinal County. The current map shows the location of, county map shows the location of the site. The site is zoned general rural with general rural and recreational vehicle park in the surrounding. The properties are zoned as such surrounding that subject parcel. The surrounding land use designation is mid-intensity activity area. This shows the vicinity of the parcel, and this is an aerial overview of said parcel. This is an illustration of pictorials of the site as well as photos of the notifications that were posted. The site proposal was for construction of a new 70-foot wireless tower, and this was to top of tree, and this is a stealth design based on its location and for eucalyptus. The proposal is by Verizon, and this is in keeping with their thrust to upgrade and enhance wireless communication network support, and this is in light of the developments with 4G and 5G technology that is currently underway. The facility is designed to be a multi-carrier facility, and as indicated, the stealth design facilitates, ensures that there is aesthetics with this that blends into the surrounding areas. This is an outline of the site plan, and it shows the location of the project where the tower is proposed to be located on the outlined parcel. This is an indication of the stealth design, and as we have seen, the top of tower is 70 as was proposed. This is the pre and post coverage map. These are the maps that shows how the implementation of the project will impact coverage subsequently. The public participation process was adhered to, and the information is outlined on the slide. To date, we have received no letters of opposition or support. And the Commission, at its April 16th meeting, the Planning and Zoning Commission voted for 8-0 unanimous support of case SUP 02125 with 18 stipulations. Just to note that the initial application requested an approval for 70 feet to the top of tower, but if you noted on the slide which shows the design, there was an unnatural flattening at the top of the tower, and therefore there was a request made by the applicant, which was supported, for an additional 5 feet for branches, not for the tower, but to ensure that the aesthetics was natural, of the stealth design was natural. And therefore, the 18th stipulation was to add that additional 5 feet as outlined. So, Chairman, Supervisors, the Commission recommended the approval of SUP 02125 with 18 stipulations. I will take any questions. I also have the applicant present if there are any questions technically that she could assist with responding to.
I like the extra 5 feet to add to the natural design of the unnatural eucalyptus tree, but yeah. Okay, are there any questions from the board for Ms. Bedward?
No.
No, okay, fine. Thank you, Ms. Bedward. And the applicant, did you wish to speak? You don't have to, you can just say, nope.
Only if you have any questions.
No. Any questions for the applicant?
I'm good.
No, I just say, I'm glad we're going to eucalyptus trees instead of pine trees. So, okay. All right, this is a public hearing, and so I will open up the public hearing. Anyone from the public here to speak on this item? Hearing and seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. And if are there any questions from the board? No, in that case, I'd ask for a motion, please.
Mr. Chair, I make a motion to approve item 22 as written with 18 stipulations.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye, aye. Okay. Opposed? Hearing none. Motion passes. Thank you very much. Ms. Bedward, I think you're done. I think we ran out of your presentation today. You bet. Okay. Item number 23 is public hearing discussion approval disapproval of resolution number 2026-IUP-002-26. And Mr. Pachenko, you're up.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Vice Chair, Supervisors. My name is Valentin Pachenko, Senior Planner, here to present to you case IUP 00226, project name Sunridge Power. That's an industrial use permit request to operate a combined cycle natural gas-fired power plant on 164 acres property zoned as industrial CI2. That's located southwest of the intersection of Sask Road and Cutchway Road, southwest of the Red Rock community, unincorporated Pinal County. The applicant and agent present here today. Here's the general location for the site. Here's a zoning. So the current zoning is CI2 industrial zone. That's an old type of the zoning that our code consists of. And the proposal is to include industrial use permit for this site. This is a vicinity map. So this site is fully surrounded by other same zoned CA2 properties. So it's fully surrounded by other industrial zones. Here's aerial map for this property. So that's a larger parcel. There's two parcels, one larger one and small triangular parcel to the east. Here's some pictures from the site. Notice signs. So going back to the request. So the applicant requesting to have an industrial use permit for the gas-fired power plant. Applicant planning to do two phases. Phase 1 with 680 megawatts generation unit, and another potential phase 2 expansion for the same generation unit, which can result in the combined 1,360 megawatts. From the history, that site was rezoned initially from GR to industrial. At that time, they called industrial. At that time, it was CA2, and it was heavy industrial at time of rezoning. It was the name for that zoning, heavy industrial. And so basically, this is request has an procedural nature because we do have a legacy zoning in Pinal County Development Service Code, while old zoning and new zones exist together. That's not a common practice in planning and development of jurisdictions codes. Usually, the general approach when some jurisdiction approving a new zoning, they're making automatic conversion from zone X to zone Z, and that's supposed to be happen at that point of time. So we can assume that if that would happen, CI2 industrial zone would be C3 industrial as per updated zoning, but it never happened, and CI2 industrial has requirement for all industrial uses to apply for industrial use permit, any. So it's not just specifically for gas power plants, it's for all listing of industrial uses. Those owners would need to go through industrial use permit process if they are not rezoned to a new classification or if they wouldn't be automatically converted to C3. So here's a site plan for the project area with southern portion, that's a phase 1, and phase 2 northern portion with expansion. This is enlarged portion of the site with power plants on both of those sites. As I told, this project area fully surrounded by other industrial zoned properties, so they wouldn't require to have any landscaping or buffering from any sites. The applicant actually provided some justification why they want to use this location because it's closer to El Paso natural gas pipeline, where they will make interconnection to that one, and they also has transmission connection. Will have a transmission connection to substation east of Interstate 10. So that's basically a justification for this location, why they're choosing that. As well, because it's already zoned as industrial and the whole area is zoned as industrial. Generally, just speaking about compatibility, so it's already has employment land use, the whole purple area from the vicinity map, that already has a land use dedication as employment. It's industrial zoning. They have a major energy infrastructure that already approved nearby and has some land use changes for other locations with energy infrastructure in that portion of Pinal County already. They adjacent to industrial, mostly agricultural or still vacant lands as of today. They have limited conflict with residential areas. It's not adjacent to any residential zones. They have two phases. Second is a future expansion, and that's limitation for this IUP actually written in stipulation number 23 that will require from the applicant to submit building permit within 10 years. After that, the IUP will be not valid for new submissions. If they will not complete that by that time, they would need to apply for a new IUP in order to get building permit for any additions to that project. Unless they will apply for 5-year extension that will be reviewed by the Community Development Director. That's per stipulation. Generally, that's fully consistent with the zoning and land use of that area, and staff put stipulation to ensure that the applicant will address all air quality, water, traffic, safety, drainage, and code compliance cases within the site plan review process moving forward. There is no comments from public, no opposition, no support from public. There is a letter of support for this case from Greater Phoenix Economic Council and Central Arizona Irrigation and Drainage District. During the neighborhood meeting, people spoke about potential groundwater protection, gas leaks, risk, some hazardous materials on the property. That was also a topic for the discussion during the P&Z. Applicant was able to explain that during the P&Z with the help of the professional team, with technical expertise on those questions, and as a result of the public hearing by the Planning and Zoning Commission, it was recommended approval 9-0 votes and subject to 23 stipulations. And there was amended stipulation number 23. There was just clarification about, because initially it was stipulation regarding that applicant need to start development within 10 years, and Planning and Zoning Commission wanted to have a clarity, so it was changed from started development to applied for the building permit. So that was the only amendment was done for the stipulations. There is 23 stipulations for this request, and applicant has presentation. Applicant here with all the professional technical team present here to answer the board questions, and staff also here to answer the planning questions for this case.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Pachenko? I'm sorry, my lips are going numb. It's cold. Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
The applicant is here. Would you like to speak? Sounds like a court. You know, defendant is here. You know.
All right. Thank you guys for your time today. All right. So, good afternoon, Chairman McClure, and members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to present today. My name is Tom Flexen, and I'm here on behalf of Sunridge Power, a project being developed by Kindle Energy. We're seeking your approval of an industrial use permit for what we believe will be a landmark energy and economic development project for Pinal County. All right. Got it working. Thanks, Valentine. All right. So before we get into project specifics, I want to give you all a sense of who we are. Kindle Energy has been focused on developing and operating natural gas-fired power generation across the United States since 2015. Today, we operate a portfolio of 10.8 gigawatts of generation capacity, assets that help keep the lights on for millions of Americans every day. We often refer to our development experience as real, recent, and relevant, as Kindle has led investment of $2.6 billion to develop 1.6 gigawatts of power generation resources in just the past few years alone. We successfully brought projects online, including Mountain Peak Power, Canyon Peak Power in Colorado, as well as Magnolia Power in Louisiana. We also currently have Wolf Summit Energy under construction in West Virginia. We know how to permit, build, and operate facilities like this responsibly and effectively. As such, we are committed to being a long-term partner to this community. Now on to the project itself. Sunridge Power will be located in a designated employment zone on a 338-acre greenfield site north of Sasco Road, about 0.6 miles west of Hollis Road. Uniquely positioned between natural gas pipelines and electrical transmission, the property has previously been earmarked for industrial use. The facility will be comprised of advanced class combined cycle gas turbines, the most efficient natural gas power generation technology available on the market today. Each unit will deliver 680 megawatts of capacity for a total output of 1,360 megawatts. We are targeting commercial operation to occur in 2032, with construction commencing in the 2028 timeframe. Regarding infrastructure, we've submitted electrical interconnection applications to APCO and APS, thereby creating flexibility for power delivery. For natural gas supply, the project will interconnect to El Paso Pipeline. We submitted our major source air permit application in April, and we expect to receive our Class 1 air permit by Q1 of 2027. Critically, our water plan actually reduces total consumption compared to the existing agricultural use on the properties being acquired by Sunridge Power. For clarity, this is not a new draw on the region's water supply. From a land use permitting perspective, the IUP application was filed in April. We had our Planning Commission hearing last month on May 21st, and we appreciate the board hearing this case today. So moving on to slide 4, why does Arizona need this project? The data tells a compelling story. Arizona is experiencing 3.7% annual load growth statewide, one of the highest rates in the country. That's being driven by new industries, advanced manufacturing, population growth, and electrification in the greater Phoenix area. Notably, APS, SRP, and TEP all set peak demand records in 2025, outpacing their own forecasts. At the same time, Arizona faces a power generation deficit. Over 4 gigawatts of aging coal capacity will be retired by 2032. Furthermore, 4.3 gigawatts of natural gas assets in Arizona will be more than 50 years old by 2030. That's infrastructure that needs to be replaced. When you net it all out, Arizona is looking at a capacity shortfall of approximately 4 gigawatts by 2035. Sunridge Power, with up to 1,360 megawatts of highly efficient dispatchable generation, directly addresses that supply gap. This isn't just about keeping the lights on during peak summer heat. Advanced manufacturing and industrial facilities need around-the-clock, reliable power. Intermittent renewables alone cannot serve that need. Sunridge Power will provide the firm, flexible backbone that makes the rest of the grid work. Sunridge Power will be contracted with Arizona Electric Power Cooperative to serve their members, which ultimately directly benefit Pinal County customers. Now let's identify what this means for Pinal County. The economic numbers are significant. Over the life of the project, Sunridge Power is projected to generate more than $175 million in total tax revenue to Pinal County. Total economic output could range from $1.2 to $2.3 billion, depending on the final project configuration. Total personal income generated is estimated to be in excess of $335 million over the life of the project. During construction, Sunridge Power will employ over 300 highly skilled trade workers per phase. Once operational, it will sustain more than 24 permanent, well-paying jobs for 30 or more years. These are high-quality careers, not temporary positions. The total capital investment in this project is expected to be between $1.4 and $2.8 billion across real and personal property. This represents a meaningful and long-term commitment to Pinal County. Beyond the numbers, we believe Sunridge Power is squarely aligned with Pinal County's comprehensive plan. The site currently carries the CI2 land use designation, and this hearing is intended to amend that zoning to bring it to the I3 standard. The project supports the county's goals of quality employment, economic diversification, broad energy resource development, and responsible water stewardship. Sunridge Power is the kind of project Pinal County's comprehensive plan was written to attract. So turning to slide 6, this right here is the project site plan. The design reflects a phased approach with Unit 1 and Unit 2 clearly delineated. As mentioned, Unit 1 and Unit 2 represent state-of-the-art combined cycle power generation technology, which will be built outside of the identified property floodplain and equipped with the best available emission controls technology. The facility will only be fired on natural gas. Additionally, Sunridge Power will use air-cooled condensers as the heat sink for the facility's steam cycle and fin fan coolers for the cooling plant auxiliaries to minimize the amount of water required for operations. Processed wastewater will be disposed of via the use of evaporation ponds. The facility respects 50-foot building setbacks from all property lines, includes a proposed retention basin for stormwater management, and features appropriate security fencing. Entry signage and parking are designed per Pinal County Development Services Code for I3 industrial zoning. Finally, we want to give the board confidence that we are pursuing every required permit through the proper channels on an aggressive but realistic time frame. We expect all construction permits will be secured within 18 months across federal, state, and local domains. Our Class 1 air quality permit application was submitted to Pinal County Air Quality Control District in April of this year. Environmental compatibility filings with the Arizona Corporation Commission are expected later this summer. Federal permits, including Army Corps Section 404, 401, and Endangered Species Act coordination, are underway with biological, cultural, and environmental field studies undertaken at the facility this quarter. Water rights and aquifer protection permit work is progressing through ADWR and ADEQ, respectively. Construction stormwater, dust control, and grading permits are being prepared and will be coordinated with Pinal County. We have also engaged with local stakeholders, including Rural Metro Fire, KD, and adjacent landowners. Last but not least, the IUP site plan review is actively underway, which is why we are here today. In closing, Sunridge Power is the right project in the right place at the right time. It addresses Arizona's growing energy needs. It delivers substantial and lasting economic benefits to Pinal County. It aligns with land use and comprehensive planning goals, and it will be developed to the highest environmental and safety standards. We respectfully request the board's approval of this industrial use permit, and we welcome any questions you may have. With me today, I have our project engineers, folks that are focused on environmental matters, as well as the development support staff. So if you all have any questions, we will be happy to answer them.
Are there any questions for the applicant?
Yes, Mr. Chair. So where is who's buying the power? What company?
Arizona Electric Power Cooperative, APCO, Arizona G&T. It is a large cooperative power supplier within the state of Arizona.
Okay, what about Pinal County? What power companies are interested in the power here? If we're putting it in our backyard, shouldn't we benefit from it?
You will. Arizona G&T, Arizona Electric Power Cooperatives, serves customers in Pinal County.
Yeah, so Trico is who?
Okay.
That's
I'm sorry.
one that delivers my power. They're one of the
Okay.
ACOs.
And in several electrical districts, I apologize.
Okay, yeah, because I never heard of some of these other ones. I want to make sure that we're going to benefit.
That's like ED2.
Two.
Any of those that purchase their power, they get it from that cooperative.
Okay.
That's correct.
And then it's using groundwater, obviously.
Yes.
Do you have any numbers on the groundwater that we can just see to understand yearly?
Yeah, I have some notes on my phone. I don't have a handout. Could certainly follow up. But on an annualized basis, we went back to look at this following the planning and zoning hearing. And so the water rights that we have acquired with our property that are going through the ADWR and ADEQ process equate to about 681,000 gallons per day at the property. Our use for 2 units is about 486,000 gallons per day. So we're about 29% reduction versus the water rights that are in place today.
And any of that going to be reclaimed, recycled, or anything?
Of our own use? No, that is what we are going to pull for the project.
Okay.
But the air-cooled condenser technology that we are using is what brings down water uses compared to other plants if you have cooling towers and have water running through the facility on a constant basis.
Okay, thanks.
And then how tall are the stacks, the stack on
The stack itself, Sean, is about 199 feet.
199 feet?
That's correct.
Okay, pretty good sized.
It is a good size.
I was thinking
But part of that is also for dispersion, right?
Right.
So the higher the stack, the more that you'll have dispersion in the emissions coming out of the stack.
When you have the scrubbers inside that collect the solids and bring them back, but that's,
Yeah, and Sean can also speak through the environmental best available.
he doesn't want to, he's shaking his head.
I'm sorry, Carlos Campos.
Please come on up to the,
I am.
he threw you in front of the bus, so.
On
That's the small elephants we got running around up here.
Well, I'm Carlos Campos, development engineer with Kindle Energy. And no, this plant is natural gas. What you were describing was basically what scrubbers or what have you, that would be something you see in a coal plant.
Okay,
We don't have that here.
okay.
So, and basically, the water usage is for, the biggest water user is the evaporative coolers for the inlet of the gas turbine. For instance, on a day like today or hotter, it'll approach the wet bulb temperature. Here, the low humidity helps tremendously. So it gives you much better performance of the gas turbine. And then we'll also have water makeup for the steam cycle. We'll blow down water from the steam drums periodically. But that's basically, those are the water uses. Yeah, like Tom said, we don't have cooling towers. I mean, if we had cooling towers, it would be like 10 times the amount of water. So it's quite an improvement, and it still leaves the plant an incredible heat rate, or thermal efficiency, over 50%.
So since we have you there, and you're the expert, this is about 5 miles from Red Rock, down south.
4 point something, yeah.
4.6, I mean, 5 miles roughly.
Yeah.
What is because I noticed one of the stipulations is 19, you have to follow noise control ordinance. And so amount of sound comes from this? You know, how much noise do you make?
Obviously, we will be at the plant boundary, we will be, below the noise ordinances from the town. Part of the design is to include noise reduction equipment on the fans for the air condenser, for the auxiliary coolers. The plant itself, if you stand within 500 feet, you're going to be in the, on a decibel absolute basis, you're going to be in the 50s. So it's a fairly quiet operation, okay? Do we have the result? We have the results on the?
Everything, it's in line with everything.
Yeah, we just got the results on the noise study literally this morning, so haven't had a chance to review in detail. But basically, for the nearest receptors, I don't remember exactly, it was like 0.7 or 0.8 decibel increase during the day, and 0.3, so it's
Well, my
significant.
point, not quite so technical, but my point being that the people in Red Rock will, say, oh, it's going to make noise, it's going to be that, we're going to hear this
I
hum.
understood that. Yeah, I mean, in terms of bothering the people at Red Rock, no, they'll probably get much more noise out of the freeway or I-10 than when you get out of the plant.
Okay.
So, that's for sure. I mean, that's a real fact, so.
Yeah, okay, well, I mean, that would be my guess, but I'm just
Yeah,
curious.
I know.
Okay,
But I don't know, I mean, the concern is valid. I mean, it is an industrial facility. I get it.
yes. Okay, thank you very much. Are there any other questions for the applicant? No questions. Wow, okay, that's easy. All right, and so thank you very much. And so this is a public hearing. I'll open the public hearing. Anyone from the public care to speak? Ms. Woods, did you want to talk on this? You're just looking at me, so I figured I'd call on you, right? Okay, anyone from the public here to speak on this item? Okay, hearing and seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. And if there's no more questions from the board, I'd ask for a motion, please.
Mr. Chair, just a comment I'd like.
Yeah, every time I say that.
Before I make a motion, I want to make a comment. One thing is a fact that we've got to have more power. For us to have the growth and continue the growth, we've got to have the power. But I thought it was rather interesting. I met with somebody the other day, and they said, it's supply and demand. But if you've got more supply than you have demand, what happens? Rates come down. And that's the big key that we need to keep in mind as we continue forward in some of these things. We want the rates to come down. And if we've got more supply than the demand, that will actually happen. That'll take a natural course. So with that,
There you go.
I would like to make a motion that we approve item number 23 as presented with 23 stipulations.
Very well, I have a motion. Is there a second?
I think power without solar is good, and there's plenty of gas, and it's almost free in some parts of the country, so I'll second it.
I have a motion and a second. Those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Oh, no, are you still on the aye part? Go ahead.
I'm an aye for approving it.
There you go, okay. Okay, so, those opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Thank you very much. Have a great day. And we are on to item 24, which is discussion, approval, disapproval of fiscal year 26-27 pension funding policy for Pinal, or for the PSPRS. And Ms. Woods, good. Since you didn't want to talk on the other item, I'll let you talk on this one.
Hi, Chairman, members of the board, Angie Woods, Director of the Office of Budget and Finance. Yeah, and I interesting item, very, very interested in that item, so that's why I was paying attention. I'm here to present today the fiscal year 26-27 pension funding policy for the Pinal County Public Safety Retirement Plan on an annual basis as required by Arizona Revised Statute 38-86301. We have you adopt a policy that in the policy itself, we list each of our public safety retirement system plans in there, the assets or amount of money that they're holding for us and the accrued liability that's there. And in this case, the policy itself is written in such a way that the board must apply or agree to a funding ratio. And in the past, traditionally, that funding ratio has been 90%. In the current year, the actuarial report that came out for our sheriff's department plan, we are reaching a unfunded status of 91.88%. So we're really close to that 90 percentile of the policy that has been adopted in the past. So I figured this would be a good opportunity to have a conversation, explain how we got to this funding, unfunded liability. As you know, we did approve a bond in 2020 that 100% funded that liability. And anytime that we make adjustments to salaries, whether it be market adjustments or across the board increases, those types of things, that has an effect on that unfunded liability. And our board can make decisions on how to make sure that we don't acquire more unfunded liability when we're making those types of decisions. And so the actuarial really, when they put together their funding plan for a year, they do take into consideration those unfunded liabilities. And they, right now, the unfunded liability of 15.5 million, we have increased the contribution rate to pay that over time. This board could make decisions such as funding a one-time payment to PSPRS to bring those unfunded liabilities down. And so I just wanted to make you aware of that. And then sure, can stop me with questions.
Supervisor Goodman's got a question.
Yeah, I guess when we did approve the bond to help pay these, or to pay them up, to where they, and what's caused then the deficit again then?
So every time that we make either a market adjustment or a pay increase that is beyond what the actuarial expects, there would be an additional cost to that. And so when we've given market adjustments for law enforcement individuals, say, I don't remember exactly what the last percentage was. Say that was 15%.
Okay.
That was above the amount that the actuarial had projected. And therefore, the difference between what they projected and what we gave causes an unfunded liability.
But when we make those adjustments, it says at that point that we make the adjustments, why does that make a difference for what's been in the past?
So can I,
You understand what I'm asking?
let's go from, let's say, so year over year, what would the actuarial, say we did 15%, as you said, I mean, just PFA numbers. What would the actuarial have said that probably would have been?
So over the course of, if it's 15%, that's approximately $7 million that we would have had to fund ahead of time to ensure that we wouldn't have this unfunded liability.
What kind of investments are they putting into the?
Well, no, we're putting money, well.
Or is it just coming right out of our pocket?
It's coming out of our
to pay for
pocket
it?
and their pocket.
But there's no investments they're doing?
Well, they do investments, but they have what do they have, a 7% investment rate that they make, something like 7 or 7.5, what is it?
Chairman, yes, right now it's, I believe the report shows that it's a 7.1%
Close enough.
estimated.
And so what we've had to do in the past, Mike, is to, if we're unfunded, we have to make up that difference? Is that correct? Am I correct in that?
Yeah.
Yeah, so.
But that's what isn't that not what we did?
That's what we did. So if we're behind, we have to catch up to that. We have to pay that extra in. We fully funded it so that we didn't have to pay that at 7.5%, 7.1 or whatever percent.
Okay, I understand
we're
that
paying it
part.
off at a smaller rate.
Okay, I'm understanding that we approved to get us paid up,
Yes.
and now we're making some adjustments for moving forward on additional salaries, moving forward. Why does that put us in a deficit?
Because
Because the actuarial makes assumptions of a cost of living increase, and anytime our
we're exceeding
pay-
the
we
cost, we're
exceed
exceeding the
that.
cost of living increase is what she's trying to say.
They don't have enough money to invest to get to the end goal.
So if
When
it-
we increase the normal cost above what the actuarial estimate is.
So every time we make an adjustment in salaries,
Yeah.
we're looking at this.
Yes.
Correct.
So say if we added.
Can we
50
put that, just
well,
fact that
So
in
say
the
if we went up
budget?
15% and the actuarial said, oh, it's only going to go up 3.5 or 4%, that difference is what our problem is here.
Chairman, Chairman,
Am I
Have to go back to
close?
school.
Am I close, Leo?
Yeah, can I just add a little bit to it?
yeah,
The,
absolutely.
it's a great question, Chairman, Supervisor Goodman, and we had the same question when we first started to recognize this. You know, like you said, we went even when we did the bond issuance. And then we were even above for a little while, like 101%, 102% funded. We started noticing we're going down 97, 95%. So we did have a meeting with the PSPRS, and we did ask them what is driving this. To your point, the actuarial model that has things like gross payroll growth, and which is by two factors. One, more employees, two, raises. And so they build those kind of things into this big complicated formula. All across the state, for the most part, and for us specifically, especially, the increases in salaries based on recruitment, retention, the market competition, was more than what was built into the actuarial formulas. That's forecasting out for the future. And
They need a new actuarial, that's what they need.
so, yeah, so as they updated.
Golly, man.
Yeah, so as they updated those, our funding ratio went down as the salaries exceeded their original assumptions. So as a product of that, we asked them, when we're planning this, can we have some kind of tool that lets us know how much more of the estimated future liability would be based on this range, right? Whether we give a 10% raise or a 15 or a 20 or a 5 or whatever it's going to be. So they did develop a tool to help do that. They worked with us, we went over it, and I think it's on their website now for employers to use, that if we punch that number in, we can get a better estimate. So when we're going through these market studies, we get these updates, we'll know ahead of time, and the decision could be made, yes, we want to go ahead and put down, when we give this increase, $5 million, so that we're even again, and we're not being charged the 7.1% for this liability. And so part of this conversation right now is to say, do we want to put this $15 million down, since 7% is about the highest credit card rate that we have at the county? And so do we want to, so I hope that answered your question.
It helps.
It's a lot,
It's just
but-
that
And
it's a moving target is what we're dealing with.
Every year.
Every
year can't do it.
every time that you make a decision regarding pay that is above the actuary, you know, essentially the cost of living raise, that is causing that unfunded liability.
Yeah.
So, but hang on.
Okay.
The point here is that the modeler, so that you have some idea that every percent that you increase the salary range, so 1% increase, so if it went, 1% up from where it is today, that really is a one-time cost of about $500 million, or $500,000, so $500,000. So,
Yeah, I think I'm starting to wrap my head around this.
okay.
What you're getting at.
So
because
every time.
Salaries increase, retirement's going to increase.
Correct, and really, what I'm trying to tell you is, Supervisor Chairman, is that we have the opportunity to make decisions at the time that we're doing these market adjustments
Yeah.
to make sure that we're funding those unfunded liabilities ahead of time. So when a market adjustment for our law enforcement individuals comes to you, we will likely make a recommendation for a one-time cash payment or tell you
Okay.
that our unfunded liability is going to grow and the percentage increase for contribution is going to go up.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah,
That's really what I'm trying to
So
get to.
every time the sheriff's department wants extra money, we have to like cut off like a extra light off a car or, you know, pull a tire back or something like that.
Like I said, for
That's-
every
I just-
percent, it's about $500,000.
Right,
All right.
And so we want to maintain the 100%.
Well, right now,
That's the idea. I mean, that's what I'm hearing.
What's interesting, though, is that it's almost like we're 100% self-funded on this retirement program. Then if we're doing the adjustments every time, where's the investments? How are those investments growing for us, and who's managing those? Because if we make an adjustment in pay increase, we're putting us in a deficit over here. How are those dollars being managed to where we get maximum amount?
Chairman Supervisor Goodman, that's a great thought process. So if you think about it, they're managing, the PSPRS is taking our money that we're giving them and they're investing it and they're assuming that rate of return is about 7%, right? And so in theory, if we could grow it more than 7%, we wouldn't want them to invest it on our behalf, right? But it's easier to give it to them for them to invest because that's what it's going to take over the long term to pay those retirement contributions to the employees at such a time that they do actually enter that retirement.
So.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, I'm okay with what you're saying, yeah, and I wrap my head around it, but it's frustrating that we're always looking at this deficit.
And we kept growing our deficit, and that's what we just funded the other year.
Yeah.
So how far are we? 91.8%.
Correct.
So that's $15.5 million in the hole, essentially?
It is, and so that was the point of the conversation, is to let you know that that's where we're at. You can do several things. You can make a decision to obviously fund that in the next year's budget. You could continue with making the contribution payments as every single payroll. Our contribution rate has grown. We can do that. And then we can have conversations about what you want that funding ratio to be. So if you don't want the funding ratio to be 90%, say you want something higher or something lower, we can have those conversations as well. That's the point.
I mean, in conversations that I've had, 100% would be the goal.
Yeah, but is this the conversation we're having right now?
This is the conversation we're having.
We can make the decision now.
Correct.
Okay.
So, and our contributions are, if we were 100% funded, our contributions, every payroll are keeping up. We're even every payroll, correct?
Yeah, so essentially they're charging us for that. So if they weren't charging us for us, say our contribution rate would be somewhere around 5%, right? And our contribution rate right now is around 12%. The difference between that is making up that unfunded liability over the next 12 to 15 years.
Right.
So question I have, do we have it in the budget to do that, to catch up today? Next budget cycle?
Yeah, actually, we do.
We do?
Yeah.
I mean, we would be taking from our,
Sheriff's office.
well, we would be taking from our financial stability reserve or reducing other areas of the budget. So it's not that we don't have the money, it's do we want to spend our money in that way? And that's really up to you as a board to decide, do you want to spend your money in that way?
I think, according to what I'm hearing from Leo, this is the highest expensive credit card that we've got.
Yeah, Chairman, and just to add to that, I think we're probably getting 4% at our treasurer's office at the moment. So you said, like, for us, who's investing our money? The treasurer's office, but they have strict, conservative guidelines in our treasurer's office. So they may be making about 4% right now.
Yeah,
A pension
I think
fund-
right now it's between 3.5% and 4%. That goes up and down based upon the market.
Right, and the pension fund obviously can be more aggressive and have different types of investments, so that's why they charge us the 7%.
So it would behoove us to pay it off.
Yeah, that's why,
And
that's kind of what I'm
quite
thinking.
honestly, $15 million, it's a lot of money, but $15 million out of $1 billion
Yeah. That's
is
a drop.
really small
Yeah.
and saves us money in the long run, which is
And
what we were doing by doing the bond.
Yeah.
Dropping all the rates, we saved money over a long period of time.
Yeah, I have a tendency to agree with that.
Chairman, would it be suggested, instead of doing it in one dump, what if we did it so that way we can manage it over, say, the rest of this year, opposed to, are you thinking about one big dump did I have 15 million? I'm not sure if I heard.
15 and a half.
15 and a half.
Okay, so instead of doing it in one dump, what about if we did it in like 3, so that way we can see what's coming in over the next 6-9 months? I'm just saying, just it gives us a little bit of more flexible, just to make sure if there's anything that, God forbid, happens. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, but we can
Can
get rid of
I
that
add
credit
another
card debt.
wrinkle into?
Sure, wrinkle it up. We'll try to steam it out.
As you're aware, our HR compensation team is currently doing a market study, and so there could be potential pay increases coming forward for our sheriff's office.
Don't promise anything.
I'm not promising anything. All I'm saying is there is currently a study happening, and at that point in time, we would be facing this same question all over again. So,
Yes. Yes, correct. So, okay. So is that clear as mud for everybody?
Yeah,
You good?
the mud's a little bit clearer for me,
Okay,
yeah.
Yeah.
can I make it any clearer for you?
No, I get
No,
it.
it's,
Okay.
Mr. Lou, did you have any, more comments on this?
No, thank you. I guess,
Or even recommendation, actually.
yeah, if you wanted my recommendation, said, like with any investment, if our money is not being put to work at its maximum use, then we're losing money every day. And so if we have the money that we don't have another compelling or higher use for at the moment, then I would pay this off. I mean, that would be how I would manage the fines. That's just my own opinion.
That's good advice.
Okay. Supervisor Vitiello's writing the check this afternoon. That's great. So it's really not a problem. Okay, so, we're looking here, if we were to make a motion, is to,
Chairman, if I may?
You
If
may.
If you make a motion, would you please include within the motion, if you're going to fund any of the unfunded liability, can you include wording to approve a budget amendment to act upon whatever that payment might be in the fiscal year 26-27 budget? Because we
26,
don't
27.
have it currently budgeted, or I can bring an
no,
item back.
it's for next year's budget, yeah.
Yeah, and I could bring an item back before you on the 1st if you would rather me do that. Well, I can bring an amendment back on July 1st.
We could, okay, so if you could bring that back at that time, we can head in.
Yeah, just give me the direction on what you want me to bring back in your
Right,
motion.
Right, okay.
Thank you.
Who would like to make the motion?
You can. I just want to make sure the number, 15.
And a half.
15 and a half, okay. So, Mr. Chair, I'd make a motion on item
24.
24 to have an amendment July 1st for $15,500,000 for the.
Not $15 million and $5, 15 and a half million.
15.5 million, sorry, I said 500, sorry. $15 million and a half dollars for the funding the budget, the Now I'm forgetting.
Okay, it's PSPRS,
Yes.
PSPRS, unfunded liability.
unfunded liability.
Unfunded liability
And approval of the pension policy.
and approval of the pension policy.
Did that work, Ms. Kennedy?
No.
Not even close.
It's
No.
not going to fly.
A
No.
whole lot to remember all at once.
Chairman, if I may, Angie, considering Vitiello made the statement in which he's made, can you please make the motion so that the board can so move the motion in which has
Absolutely.
been provided? Thank you.
Please have the motion be approval of the fiscal year 26-27 pension funding policy for the Pinal County Public Safety Retirement Plan as required by ARS 38-86301 with an amendment to the fiscal year 26-27 budget to include funding of the unfunded liability of $15,580,879.
See how easily she did that? See?
So moved.
There we go. That's the one we're looking for, okay.
Is that good enough?
Okay, is there a second? Oh, now, there we go, now we're in the right spot. Okay, we got a motion and a second.
High fives.
Let's see, so,
Didn't.
those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. You said that?
Aye.
Oh, good, okay.
So could we have Angie make all the motions for?
Yeah, it's great. You
on?
know, I mean, it's like, you just read them out, we go, yeah, that one. Okay, so we have a motion, we have a second. And, and all in favor, we did that. We did the aye thing and the whole deal. Okay, motion passes.
you.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
Thank you for your help. Yeah, just make it easy. Just say, oh, yeah, that one. Okay, and then we have Ms. Williams. Good afternoon.
Hello,
We-
good
We, we have a public hearing and discussion, approval, disapproval in accordance with ARS 42-17103 and 42-17104 of resolution number, I shouldn't even started this, 061726-01-PCB for the adoption of the Pinal County fiscal year 26-27 budget. Ms. Williams.
Yes, good afternoon, Chairman, members of the board. Lupe Williams, Budget Supervisor with the Office of Budget and Finance. Here before you today for the public hearing and approval of the Pinal County fiscal year 26-27 final budget.
That we, by the way, just amended a little bit. But.
Yes. Yes. All right, the item also approves the final fiscal year 26-27 employee compensation plan as well. So as a reminder, the budget is built on decreasing all three property tax rates. So the primary property tax rate is dropping from 3.3630 to 3.2607. The flood control rate is being reduced from 0.1620 to 0.1538. And the library district rate is coming down from 0.0890 to 0.0863. All right, so our final balanced budget is set at $1,070,940,932, and it represents the culmination of our strategic planning and fiscal review, ensuring we are equipped to maintain or improve services for our constituents, and we also support the county's growth over the upcoming fiscal year. Here we're looking at the budget and how it's allocated by fund type. The general fund at 39%, followed by special revenue funds at 37%, 20% for your capital projects, and 4% going to debt services, and that minor point for enterprise funds. That concludes the presentation. Questions?
I love it.
I don't have any questions, and people are looking at that going, that's a lot of money. Last year, it was like $1.2 billion, and that had to do with the federal funds that were in there. We have less federal funds this year. That's why we're lower. Okay. And general fund represents property taxes. That's what's bringing that in. All the rest of them are the other revenues, just for
That is
people that are listening or watching or whatever.
Yes.
So, okay. With that, thank you, Ms. Williams.
Yes, thank you.
No questions? You have a question?
Yeah, no questions or comments. Leo, as we've been talking the last few days, a lot of people were under the impression that with Santan Valley being on their own soon, we can just drastically slash the tax rate. And of course, the finance people know that it can't happen like that. But I would like to see us be transparent over the next few years and just, yes, we can go as low as possible without putting things at jeopardy, because there are a lot of things that we've put off over the years that we couldn't finance that we will be able to finance now, like matching pay for law enforcement, et cetera. So just when you're doing your reports, et cetera, if you could just keep everybody apprised on how that whole process is going, I think that the residents would appreciate it.
Will do, thank you.
Can I just say something along what Supervisor Surtees saying? I think the confusion is the funds that are received for roads and infrastructure are totally different than property tax. And I think that's something that needs to be communicated to the public as a whole. We've been spending a lot of money over in those areas, but a lot of that money comes from those particular dollars that are attached to the roads and infrastructure. And I think that's really what needs to be communicated more than anything when it comes to the reduction of property tax and things like that. I think that's what Supervisor Surtees is alluding to.
Okay, any other questions or comments from Ms. Williams? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Williams. Okay, this is a public hearing, so I'll open the public hearing. Anyone out there in that big public wish to speak about this, on this? Okay, nobody. I'll close the public hearing. And if there's no other questions from the board.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion without a story. That's right. That we approve item number 25 as presented with no stipulations.
I don't know if you could put that in. You can't add that.
Okay.
Take that, okay.
Try it again.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we approve item number 25 as presented.
Oh, there you go. That was a nice one. I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
A motion and a second. Those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Roll.
Aye. Opposed?
Chairman.
Yes, ma'am.
Roll call vote.
I'm sorry. I missed my note. I had it in the wrong spot. Okay, roll call vote. There we go. Okay.
Supervisor Vitiello.
Aye.
Supervisor Goodman.
Aye.
Vice Chairman Surtee.
Aye.
Vice Chairman McClure.
Aye.
Chairman McClure.
Chairman, I know. I knew you meant. It's okay.
Gotcha.
That motion passes.
Thank you. All right, now we are on to item, and thank you, y'all. Okay. 26 here, discussion, approval, disapproval of constable salaries pursuant to ARS 11-424.01. And I have Mr. Elliott up. How are you today, sir?
Good afternoon, Chairman McClure, other members of the board. Scott Elliott, the current presiding constable for the county. Today, this item is being presented to satisfy the requirements of the statutes that has to occur every 4 years to set the constable salaries for the upcoming term. As some of you will remember, back in 2022 was the last time that we addressed this. And shortly after that, in 2023, early part of 2003, the legislature made amendments to the statute, which set a new range for the constables. But that wasn't to begin until 2027 for the new term coming up. The range now for Pinal County is 55,000 to 75,000. Based on what was decided in 2022 by the board, we're proposing the approval, hopefully, to increase returning constables, those that are going to be still here and re-elected, to the 75,000 level, and then move the incoming any new constables, which I'm sure we're going to see some new faces in this next term, up to the mid-level, which it's consistent with what was decided in 2022.
Okay.
And I know there's probably questions.
Yes, are there questions from the board for Mr. Elliott? Or comments? Supervisor Vitiello, I think you have some.
Yeah. Well, first of all, thank you for your service, okay?
Thank you.
As an elected, I think salaries should be based on the fact of what the salaries are, not incoming, because when I came in at the same number as the same gentlemen that were here. Granted, it was changed in 2025. And then I look at the amount, I look at hours and I look at numbers straightforward. And when I look at some of the hours, I say to myself that out of a 261-day work year, we have about 240, 245 days of work is what the average person works. And then I look at how many papers are served, and then I look at some of the numbers of, you have a choice of, obviously there's going to be another issue here, cars, no cars, 72 cents. I look at these numbers and I say to myself, I see average of 2 papers per day. Strictly numbers. I need to justify to the constituents of how I'm going to take a $67,000 a year job, bring them up to 75, when my sheriff's deputies don't even make that as starting pay. And they work 12, 13 hours a day, whatever the number is. So to me, it seems like this is a part-time job. I'm just being very honest based on how many papers are served. I can't justify going up to $75,000. I just can't, especially knowing there's cars on the table here, or you have a choice of the 72 cents a mile. That I look at these numbers and I see some people get, $6,000, $7,000 in reimbursement for the car, or you have a choice of taking a car. My understanding is it's I would have to ask for the vehicle because I don't remember what it is, but I'm sure if we can maybe get staff to just tell us what it is. Or do any of you gentlemen remember what the car was?
No, or what the requirements were.
It was an Equinox.
Equinox, okay.
All-wheel drive.
All-wheel drive Equinox. So you're getting, proposed new vehicles, brand-new vehicles. I drive a 2019 vehicle, and I'm very happy. So that's part of my 2 cents, and I don't know if you want to comment on that, or if anybody else wants to comment.
There's some questions of staff. We've got some data that you guys supply on a regular basis to our staff, right?
Correct.
And that's where we're getting these numbers from. But there's some confusion on some of these things, and maybe some questions I'd like to ask the staff on some of these things, if I could. Tanya, are you the one that, if that's okay, Mr. Chair?
That's fine.
Okay. Tanya, would you come up?
I'd ask Tanya if she wanted to talk. That would be the trick right there.
If she wanted to.
Because, yeah. Ms. Martinez, hi.
Thanks, Tanya.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Tanya Martinez, County Manager's Office. What question may I answer
Okay.
you?
So do all of the constables have the opportunity, do they have access to a vehicle?
At the current moment, Supervisor Goodman, they do not.
Okay,
There are 3 constables, there are 2 elected constables and the deputy constable, and we are in the process of purchasing another vehicle for one of the other elected constables to utilize.
Okay. And yet we still collect mileage on those?
We collect the constables who use their own personally owned vehicles are eligible for mileage reimbursement.
And so we're seeing a lot of mileage that are being submitted by a couple of these constables, but there's no reimbursement there. Are they the ones that have vehicles?
Yeah, the $0 that you'll see for year of 2026, Supervisor Goodman, for the reimbursement,
Yes.
they are using
Zero.
a county vehicle.
Okay, and is there a reason why we have them keep the mileage, or?
Yes, so per the statute, the constables are required to keep a service log that has a bunch of different criteria on there that
Okay.
they must meet by statute. So they do log mileage.
Okay, that was one question, and because that was confusing for some of us that didn't have this information, or that didn't, we see the mileage that are being chalked up, but they're not getting reimbursed for that. But that's because it's a county vehicle.
Correct.
And then they're also given a gas card on top of that, correct?
For the county vehicle, yes, they have a fuel card.
Okay. You know, that's one of the questions. The other one is there's some numbers that I don't know if you did this, Tanya, or somebody else, but I received a report that made sure, and I asked Tanya to put this in, or Natasha to put it in record. Sorry. And then I made sure, I asked her to distribute it to all 5 board members. And there's some numbers in here that I'm looking at to what Supervisor Vitiello is stating here. These are numbers that come directly from the constables, correct?
Yes, sir. We take their paper logs and we've just exported those numbers out and plugged them into this spreadsheet.
Okay, so they're reporting this information themselves.
Yes,
So this data is based on the information they're providing.
correct.
Okay, I just want to make sure that we all understand that. So back to some of the comments, and so, thank you. I appreciate that for now.
Okay.
These guys might have more questions of you in a minute.
Okay.
But Scott, I'm looking at this, I guess the proper term I should put is Constable Elliott.
Scott's just fine.
That's good, you can call me Mike. As I'm looking at this, you know, I would tell you, with all the other constables, your numbers seem to be, your success ratio as far as serving the writs and everything else far exceeds everybody else's. That's a fact. And we're looking at the numbers. Based on these numbers, you ought to be training these guys, is the way I'm looking at this. I don't even know if we have a system like that.
We're working on some changes.
Okay.
Developments for.
Now, there needs to be, for me, there needs to be a lot of changes that are made.
Yeah.
We need to be more effective, more efficient in the process here. You know, we've got, I think, what did you say it was, Rich? 2 a day? On an average? I mean, for the year? Average, 2 days?
Yeah, if you just simply take the amount served, and you take that, base it by even 245 days, 240 days, it's roughly 1.5 to 2 papers per day, and some guys are a little bit less at 0.69, which is less than 1 paper per day. I just simply did simple math based on what's been served and how many days there are work in a year.
Mike, can I enter your conversation?
Yeah.
But
Please
this is more than just serving like a traffic ticket, right? I think, for instance, this last week, one of my, a homeowner in my area, constable had to do a physical eviction. After being served, they progress out, and they're there when the people are removed. And I think in that case, they're actually taking a burden off. We have sheriff's command staff in the back. Had the constable not be there, we would have had to have relied on sheriff or a municipal police officer. Is that correct, or are you just are you just a glorified process server?
No, I wouldn't call it that much, but you're correct in what you're saying is the numbers, I don't disagree with what you're seeing on the numbers, but that's not everything that tells our job either. That log only captures those specific categories, and that log is created by the state, so it's hard to manipulate or add to or take away some of those categories and whatnot, because it has to go through the state level to do that. So it doesn't capture all of our time by any means. Back to your comment, we can have one eviction process and be there half the day, just because of everything that's involved with property owners and tenants and everybody not being on the same page. We've created some efficiencies on the front end of that to try to alleviate it and make it more streamlined, not for only us, but for the constituents that are getting removed from the house, so we don't turn it into a The municipalities, the police departments, by law, don't have any authority in eviction processes whatsoever. They are simply there at our request as a courtesy to watch our back while we're conducting the business. So they're not it's not something that we can simply call and turn something over to them. They don't have the authority to take control of that. The sheriff's office does, but obviously the sheriff's office, Ross and his group, have plenty to do on their own as far as what comes out of the Superior Court. So at least that hopefully lends a little bit to the numbers. The numbers are the numbers. We don't dispute them. They came from us. That is our data.
Right.
It's consistent, and in some areas, it's obviously increased from 4 years ago from what we presented.
Okay, so I guess with your comment that you made, a writ, is that an eviction?
Which part of it?
I don't know. That's what help me understand that.
The writ
because
is. The
writs are broke out from the actual serve itself.
You have the eviction action summons, which is the summons and complaint is the first part that we get involved in that case.
That's a serve.
That's where we go out, either post and mail it, serve it to the person if they're there.
Okay, then the writ is what? Is that an eviction or what?
The writ is the physical, or is the court order that says you are commanded to go physically remove that person. And I'm doing 25, 30 a month of those alone.
Yeah, I'm seeing your numbers. You're at 183, but I look down here at Mike Sloan. He's at 22.
Yeah, the copper court order.
Ted Grandma, 124.
Yeah.
I mean, like I said, you've got the most numbers out of everybody. And it might be that you're in an area that requires some of that more than the other ones. I don't know.
Constable Osgood, Constable Grimmel, and myself, I believe, are probably the busiest out of the six of us because of our geographical areas. Constable Irvin here in Central Pinal is probably close enough to there because he covers a lot of ground.
Yeah, well, and to what, and so I just want to make sure I understand with the evictions and stuff like that. So I'm looking at this. But then the other part was kind of whoever put this report together, put together and said, so the average cost from 2023 was $12.50 per served paper. And the costs have increased for this quarter to $19.30. So that our cost of serving these, whatever you're, as you're going to serving, has went from $12.50 to $19.30, and I don't think that takes into consideration any of the reimbursements, gas or anything like that. I think that's time is what these numbers are based on. But again, you can look at those. I've made sure that they get entered into the record and stuff like that, but.
Yeah, I haven't seen that report, so
Okay.
I'm not sure how you would capture that, but.
Yeah.
I can't say that there was another different item in the legislature that had passed that we haven't brought before you.
I'll tell you right now, guys at the legislation, they usually do things that they don't even know what the hell they're doing. So I'm sorry, but I just disagree with some of the stuff that goes on there. They just do it because the most squeakiest wheel is the one down there making the most noise in certain situations. And so, based on what I'm seeing here, I personally am not able to justify the increase, but if you work with, you are doing a good job. I can see that. You're taking it serious. You're doing it the way, and if there's some training systems and stuff like that you're putting in place.
Well, each of them are obviously responsible for themselves. They're all elected.
Totally,
just like we all
totally
are.
agree.
So.
And that I'm responsible too.
Absolutely.
For what moves forward, and so I'm making myself known right now as an individual on this board that I can't support the increase, okay, based on the numbers that I'm looking at.
I understand that. By the statute, you still have to set a salary. Correct?
Yeah.
And you have a salary now, correct?
Right. No, I'm just saying that we need to at least accomplish the statutory requirement today.
But that, if we
Presently,
stay
they're
even, that's within the statutory.
67,000 is where they are now.
Yeah, that's.
So if we keep that, that's in the statutory requirements, correct?
Yeah, the only there's one district that is making less because of the way they did it 2 years ago. And I'm just saying, like us, we're elected officials, we all make the same amount of money, I think all the constables should just make the same amount of money. Because who's ever newly elected it's just gonna keep happening that way. And I just feel that if we're at the high at 67, we put everybody at 67 and call it a day. And cars or the 72 cents, whichever they choose, because they do have an option. Correct, Tanya?
Okay.
Anybody else have anything to say?
Any other comments from the board?
Maybe. I mean, I know they're not law enforcement, but a DPS officer in a remote area makes more than in a urban area because of the ground they cover and because of what their risks are, et cetera. So that might be the reasoning of why it was set up the way it was. I don't know.
Well, but these are elected, they're not hired,
Yeah.
except for the floater that we have. And so. Oh, okay. But so I think that's something we got to keep in mind, that these are elected officials and that. But I personally think that our budget is budgeted what it is. I personally think it should stay that way. And some justification we actually see some justification in their increase, or even, I know they're evaluating a car right now and stuff like that. That might be something that we should consider, is a car might save down. I mean, we're looking at how much thousands of dollars that we're spending on reimbursements on these. That's pretty high.
Well, Mike, Chairman, Mike, they would have the option of the 72 cents or the car. So the 72 cents, their own car, our car, plus a gas card. And the 67.
Which is what we do, right?
Correct.
I use my own car.
And you get mileage.
Okay. Yeah. I think all the electors are that way, aren't they?
Mm-hmm. Okay. So, all right, you guys have any other comments?
I would like to hear from him if he has something else. I'd like to
You have
give him the
anything else,
opportunity.
Mr. Kelly?
No, I think we've answered the questions. I think there was, at least there was mention of a question about attempts. Was there a question from anybody?
I don't think there was a question about the temp, no. I think that was just an understanding.
Maybe I do have a question about the temp, because if I'm looking at these numbers, how come we have a temp?
In case someone gets sick, they, like Mike Sloan had his ankle rebuilt, so he was out for.
That's not the attempts there's an attempts category on our
Attempts,
data.
yeah.
Obviously, if somebody did.
Attempts, not temps.
No, the temporary, what, I call it a floater.
The floater, okay, the floater.
I meant attempts of service.
Yeah, right, the attempts of service, but the temporary, the substitute teacher here, that's what we're looking at.
Why do we have?
That's in case someone's sick or gets taken out for a while or whatever. They've got to have somebody to cover that area.
You have that many that need to get served?
Well, the areas are large, and if you take somebody from this area or this area, and they've got to cover this area also, it's a lot of miles, a lot of time.
We have justice of the peace, and we also have a lot of pro temps because they can't hear every case.
Mr. Chair.
Understood.
So what Mike is asking on the deputy, let's just say we didn't have one because we wanted to, each constable that's next to the next door could serve the papers if you chose to get rid of the deputy. I'm just throwing something else out there. And then they would end up picking up the remainder of these. And then maybe you could look at.
I think that would be a step backwards, to be honest with you.
Well, not if there was discussion about a raise.
So.
I'm just bringing it up. I'm not saying get rid of anybody.
Okay, but let me ask you a question here. I'm not seeing any numbers here for the floater.
The floater is on. Or at least,
Right there,
at least
up
the spreadsheet that I was shared had the floater on it.
Yeah, there's 139 served,
Now,
52.
granted, remember, the floater didn't come on board until late October of 2024.
Oh, that's your name.
I mean, for 2025 complete.
How come I'm not seeing
It's
it on this
130,
one?
Mike,
Because
oh,
he
I
didn't put
created
it
my
on.
own.
Tanya, you want to
There's 139 served, 52 attempts, and 75 writs.
And that's under Deputy Martinez?
Yes. And that's for the whole year of 2025.
Yes, Supervisor Vitiello. Ms. Martinez was hired in November of 2024, was in the field training, so her numbers capture or should begin in January or February of 2025 until present.
Okay.
And by present, I mean up until end of April 2026.
So the deputy is a floater just in case somebody is on vacation.
Right, right.
So, and then the only other point that I would make on the data is, when we last spoke of this 4 years ago, that floater was not here. So some of our numbers obviously have been pulled off to the floater than, our deputy. Whether that looks skewed or not, I don't know.
That one I
I mean,
can't.
the data's there, so.
I can't say. Okay.
Okay, so are there any other comments or questions from the board for Mr. Elliott? Okay, so then may I get a motion, please, on this item?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we continue the salary for constables as set forth currently.
Okay, so just to be clear, so right now, you have the first term person at 57,647, and the elected, the second time through 67,000. That's what you're proposing, or are you putting it, everybody at the same?
No, I'm proposing that we have it on the step that we currently have.
Okay. Okay.
I mean,
Okay.
that can fail.
Okay. So I have a motion. Is there a second? Okay, motion dies due to a lack of a second. Is there a motion, please, on this item?
Mr. Chair, I would make a motion, all electeds to be at 67, and the choice of, would I need to add that in, a choice of a car, Natasha? How should I do that?
They already have that choice.
No,
Chairman, members of the board, it's only the salary.
That's all?
Anything related to mileage or vehicle that is separate and apart from this. Just need the number.
Thank you, I just want to make sure. Okay, so I'd make a motion, all constables will be in 2026, or would this be?
Fiscal year 26, 27?
Yep, would be $67,000.
And is this just for 1 year, or is this the 4-year term?
4 years.
This is 4 years?
For the 4-year term.
Okay.
So I'll make a motion.
Please restate, yes.
I make a motion for all constables to be at 67,000 for the 4-year term. No car, and I have to mention the car.
Okay, so there's the motion. Is there a second? So motion dies due to lack of a second. So what do we need to do to solve this here?
Hear from somebody else?
Can I add?
You can add, please do.
Just keep in mind that this is for the next 4 years. We won't revisit this for 4 more years, unlike employees that come up.
Right.
So if you look at, I know you're against the 75. You can set this anywhere in that range. But even if it went to 75, it's only, for myself, it's only an $8,000 difference. And if you just went with typical raw numbers, it's not even 3% a year if you broke it down. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you.
I just want to mention, Mr. Elliott, we are elected and we choose to do this job. And that's why, again, no disrespect. Again, I'm for the next 4 years. I didn't take this job for financial situation. I took this job because I love what I do. And I'm sure you do too. I guarantee it based on your work ethics. But it is an elected position and we do have an opportunity to do the job or not do the job. So, but we need to make another motion.
Or do we?
Well, we got to approve some salary here.
Yes, Chairman, members of the board, it is a shall requirement, so.
It's a shall, yes, I understand. I understand that. Is there,
4 years from now, there could be lots of inflation. I mean, it is, regular employees get a step increase. So I'd like to see some kind of a stepped increase for 4 years from now.
well, we don't get the option of making steps.
Yeah, I know that.
So
I'm
you
just
have to
saying you gotta do
make
it
a four-year decision now.
One step at a time every 4 years.
So I can make a motion.
Sure you can.
So I would move that we place the constable salary at $70,000 per year.
Second.
Second.
Oh, there we go. Okay, I have a motion, I have a second. Those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No.
Motion passes 3-1. Thank you very much. And we now have item 27. What are we looking at here? Discussion, approval, disapproval to adopt an emergency rule pursuant to ARS 11-251-18C, authorizing the continuation of alarm system services. Yay. All right. Not supervisor. What's your name? Sheriff Teeple, come on down. We would like you to continue to do alarm service in Santan Valley. That would be great.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chairman, members of the Board of Pinal County. Ross Teeple, resident of Cactus Forest, Arizona. I want to give a shout out to my alarm system unit for noticing this. I didn't even, we're learning so many things about the Santan Valley Incorporation. And one of the things is that as the ordinance is written right now, the sheriff's office is only able to maintain alarm permits for unincorporated areas of the county. Casa Grande takes care of themselves, AJPD. Well, come January 1st, Santan Valley will be a city, and they don't have an alarm unit, of course. They don't even, they're still building their infrastructure. So we're asking for you, board members, to approve this so that we can continue. If we don't approve this, come January 1st, all of the alarm permits in Santan Valley Incorporated will be null and void.
Is it January 1 or July 1?
July 1. Did I say January 1?
Yeah.
I apologize.
You're jumping ahead. You already Christmas, all this. Okay. So, and that wasn't included in your IGA that you made for law enforcement up there? But
No,
this
sir.
was the catch afterwards. Okay. Any questions for Sheriff Teeple from the board? No? May I get a motion, please, then?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we approve item number 27 as presented.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Thank you, Sheriff Teeple.
Thank you.
And now we are on our favorite one, the last one, and it's the discussion of board members' request for future agenda items. Does anyone have anything they'd like to see on a future agenda at this time? Hearing none? Great. Then we'll shut this down because that means we're out of business, and so this meeting's adjourned.